Face smacking had to be accurate, and attack had to be ruthless. Face smacking had to be accurate, and attack had to be ruthless. Taking the chance was like slapping him in the face. 1 is not enough? Then 100. He smoked so much that even his mother couldn't recognize him. 3 seconds to cheat? What about now? 3-level demon beast had just been killed, and there was still someone who dared to say that they cheated? The tyrannical aura on Long Fei's body was released, suppressing the entire audience. Everyone was extremely shocked in their hearts, and it was not only because of Long Fei's time. This was also because of the demon beast in the 10th space. How could this kind of demon beast be used for assessment? Isn't this playing to the point of death? Every disciple of the Pan family had a burning expression on their face. The demon beast they met in the demon beast space were all low-leveled 1 demon beast. It was simply not comparable to Long Fei at all. It felt like the difference between heaven and earth. Who would have thought that Long Fei would actually bring out the demon beast's corpse from the demon beast space? Pan, who never expected that this slap by Long Fei would be so unbearable, his fists clenched under his sleeves, his face extremely gloomy. Long Fei coldly laughed. Invigilator, am I still cheating? Pan, who gritted his teeth until it made a cracking sound. Long Fei laughed. Why aren't you speaking? Didn't those who like to mock and shout just now say that I was cheating? Call me one more now. Murong Tian, go kiss ass again. No, continue shouting. Sky separating clan? Hee hee, space number 1 still lasts 40 seconds. What sky separating clan? How arrogant. Laughable, truly laughable, ha ha ha. Long Fei laughed loudly. Chen Tianfei also laughed out loud. Boss is mighty. The mighty Long family. Just like that, ha ha. Chen Tianfei released the anger in his heart, and looked at the surrounding disciples of the Pan clan, unable to say a single word. Long Fei's gaze turned as he stared at Pan Hu and said, Long family can crush your sky-separating clan once, and crush him twice. Do you understand? Very arrogant. When he said those words, the anger in Pan Hu's heart completely exploded. His eyes flashed with endless killing intent as he stared at Long Fei and said solemnly, Brat, don't be too arrogant. It was his turn to be angry. Long Fei had a playful smile on his face as he said, How many times have I told you? This is how arrogant I am, this is how arrogant I am. Cluck, cluck, cluck. Pan Hu's teeth were about to break. He wanted to tear Long Fei to shreds right now. To be able to crush the entire Pan clan once and then twice, how arrogant was that? Back then, when the Long family crushed the Pan clan, there were also dozens of experts who took action. It was just Long Fei alone. As if he had suffered a great humiliation, Pan Hu said solemnly, Let's see how long you can continue being so arrogant for. The third test begins. At this moment, Long Fei slightly said, Wait! Pan Hu's forehead turned sinister and said, Is there anything else? Long Fei said, Invigilator, don't you have to explain why the level 6 demon beast appeared? The highest level demon beast for the examination was the 3-rate monster and beast, and none of them could pass 3 levels. If they passed the 3-rate monster and beast, it would be considered a violation of the rules. Not only 3-rate monster and beast, even the level 6 demon beast had appeared. What was he trying to do? Are you joking with the lives of the examinees? Pan Hu sneered and said, Explanation? How do you want to explain that? Long Fei asked, Why would the level 6 demon beast appear in the demon beast space? Don't tell me that you don't know about it as an invigilator? Level 6 demon beast, are you trying to take our exam candidate's life as a joke? He did not think of an explanation. However, he wanted the sky-separating clan to lose all of its reputation, so he decided to start from this small injustice. Long Fei continued, The level 6 demon beast is me. If it was anyone else, would they die inside? And all of these disciples have extraordinary talent? They came to God Emperor Academy to become a demon slayer, wanting to contribute to the Sky Martial continent, but what about you? You used such a high-level demon beast. Shouldn't you explain yourself? Many disciples looked towards Pan Hu. Just as Long Fei had said, they came to God Emperor Academy to become a devil slayer, and wanted to contribute to the Sky Martial Continent. If they met with the level 6 demon beast, then they began to feel displeased in their hearts. I have to explain. Are you making fun of our lives? What kind of invigilator is this? Who cares if I didn't pass the examination earlier? What I met was a 4-rating monster and beast. Why can't we enter the first demon beast space test, and only the disciples of your sky separating clan can enter? Master Invigilator, shouldn't you explain? His voice slowly rose up. Those who hadn't passed the exam in particular felt that they had been treated unfairly. The faces of the elders of the God Emperor Academy all darkened as they looked towards Pan Hu. This assessment was extremely unfair, but all of this was arranged by Pan Hu. They did not dare to say anything. Pan Hu smiled slightly and said, I am the Invigilator, and I am the king of this examination. I am the heavens. How about this explanation? Ha ha ha! After he finished speaking, he even laughed arrogantly. Long Fei also laughed, laughing even more happily than him. Pig teammate. At first, it was just some disciples who had failed the assessment, but now there were many disciples who had passed the assessment and started clamoring. These people were all hot-blooded youths. They were young and frivolous. They were cynical. When Pan Hu said this, they felt even more unhappy. The situation became uncontrollable. They were all questioning Pan Hu. Pan Hu's face ashened. He seemed to realize that his words and actions just now were wrong, but he wanted to be arrogant and make everyone afraid of the sky separating clan. Immediately, Pan Hu's face darkened and shouted, Where are the God Emperor Academy's guards? Ha! He shouted in unison. Pan Hu said angrily, If you dare say even half a word more, you will be disqualified. If anyone dares to take another step, go straight to the point. This action instantly suppressed the examinees who were shouting. However, the anger in their hearts soared to 1,000 feet high. Once this anger was rebuilt and crushed, it would explode with a bang. Long Fei laughed in his heart. I finally found what's called a pig teammate. One step wrong, one step wrong. Long Fei looked at Pan Hu, who had an ugly expression, and thought to himself, I was wondering how strong you were, but to think that you're actually just a weak person. At this moment, Long Fei said loudly, We request for fair treatment. His voice was like a fuse. Chen Tianfei shouted hysterically, Request for fair treatment and the abolition of Invigilator. Requesting fair treatment. Abolish the Invigilator. Requesting fair treatment. It exploded. Their hearts exploded with anger. All of them were pressing towards Pan Hu. Pan Hu's face changed greatly, and he shouted angrily, You want to die, right? Second, 8_8419/2357042. Other than the Pan clan disciples and the few examinees who were hugging their thighs, everyone else started to loudly resist. Other than the Pan clan disciples and the few examinees who were hugging their thighs, everyone else started to loudly resist. The situation slowly went out of control. The few examination elders from the God Emperor Academy immediately rushed to Pan Hu's side and said, Elder Hu, if this continues, we will lose control. I'm afraid. Not waiting for him to finish, Pan Hu shouted loudly, Out of control? So what if I lose control? Let's see to what extent they can lose control. I want to see if they still need to take the exam, and whether they still want to enter the God Emperor Academy. Anger. Pan Hu was forced into a bad mood. His gaze tensed up as he shouted, Guards, listen up. Ha! Pan Hu's gaze swept across them and disdainfully glanced at the examinees. If I don't give you guys some face, you will see how amazing I am. Hit him. Beat him to death. The 100 guards were all elites of the God Emperor Academy, and their cultivation was all at arrogant immortal state. To the examinees, they were powerful existences. They looked at each other and hesitated. Pan Hu became angry. My orders, didn't you hear me? Call me and beat this crap to death. It is indeed shameful. They are lacking in discipline. Let's see who dares to rebel after we beat them to death. The guards didn't dare to disobey. He immediately blocked the attack. It was fine if he didn't try to block, but once he did, he completely lost control. Beating someone up. God Emperor Academy's guard captain. This is going too far. Brothers charge. In an instant it exploded. Over 30,000 disciples rushed up together. A mere 100 guards were simply not enough. They were instantly swallowed up. When Pan Hu saw this, his face turned white. It's the opposite, it's the opposite. Call for someone to come immediately. Call for all the elite guards of the God Emperor Academy to come here and clean up all the trash. One of the elders said, Elder Hu, I think it's better if you apologize to them and calm them down. They just want an explanation. Pa! With a slap, Pan Hu said angrily, Your brain must be flooded, right? I apologize to them. What is my identity? What is their identity? Now, even if they kneel down and beg me, I won't let them off. The elder's expression was incomparably ugly. Being slapped in front of so many people made him extremely unhappy. Pan Hu looked at the few elders around him and shouted, Why are you looking at me like that? You want a beating too, don't you? Stop these examinees for me. None of the elders moved. The elder who was hit suddenly shouted, Invigilator is here, Invigilator is here. After hearing that, a large wave of examinees rushed over like a surging tide. Pan Hu's face was pale. He stared at the elder and bellowed, Su Tian, what are you trying to do? Don't tell me you also want to rebel? Elder Su Tian shouted, Pan Hu, don't think that just because you gave birth to a demon slayer, you can go against the rules. I'll tell you this is the God Emperor Academy, not a heavenly hall of immortals. It's not up to you to do whatever you want. After being suppressed for so long, the elders were also boiling with rage. He had made a lot of trouble during the assessment, and he had opened the sky separating clans' back door again and again. This kind of unfair examination was not the goal of the God Emperor Academy. Not to mention, the assessment was to be conducted from a selection list of over 100,000 disciples. He hoped to be able to select some disciples with potential or who might become a demon slayer in the future. As long as they weren't people from the Pan clan, they would be completely helpless. The fact that the Pan family wanted to monopolize the God Emperor Academy made many elders unhappy. Moreover, amongst these elders, many of them were affected by the thoughts of the previous principal Qiu Wandao. God Emperor Academy was her. She was not under the control of any power. It was the same for the Heavenly Hall of Immortals. Why would a Heavenly Hall of Immortals set up an Invigilator? Why would the holy token question of God command the principal of the God Emperor Academy? Why? Every man has a fire. If you don't want to say it, then do it. Pan Hu had incurred the wrath of the masses. The disciples that rushed up immediately surrounded Pan Hu, and as fierce as ever, Pan Hu asked, What are you trying to do? I am the Invigilator. I have the holy token question of God on me. If you dare touch me, I will immediately disqualify you from taking the God Emperor Academy exam. Not waiting for him to finish, a crude disciple walked out and said angrily, I have not passed anyways. I don't plan to test your bullshit God Emperor Academy in the future. What I am doing now is crippling you. Finished. He flew straight at her. Mount Tai is pressing down on you. At this moment, the other disciples did the same, rushing forward without a care for their own safety. Are you even fit to be an Invigilator? What kind of *T sky separating clan is this? A trash family like you is worthy of protecting the sky martial continent, Pui. Pan Hu's cultivation was not bad, but he was still unable to handle the attacks of tens of disciples. After a few rounds, he was crushed like a dead dog lying on the ground. Bam! Ah! Bam! F. The more people they fought, the more Pan, who was scared to the point that his face was pale. He could not control himself. Today was the second time. He was scared to death by Qiu Wandao's qi for the first time. This time it was beaten out. The sh*t all came out. His face was bruised and swollen to the point that it looked like a pig's head, and his clothes were torn to shreds. The most important point was that the holy token question of God in his arms had been snatched away some time ago. Throwing away the holy token question of God is no small matter. Moreover, this was Pan Xing's holy token question of God. If he continued blaming Pan Xing, he simply could not afford it. Return it to me, return the holy token question of God to me. Bang, bang, bang! He punched and kicked, violently hitting Pan, who, causing him to wail on the ground. He no longer had that arrogant expression from before, and was in an extremely sorry state. In another place, Long Fei sat at the side, looking at the riot and asked, "Sky separating clan? This time, let's see how you can open the sky. God Emperor Academy will see how you can continue to stay here." Suddenly, Fatty Churn chuckled as he walked over, showing Long Fei the item in his embrace as he said excitedly, "Boss, holy token question of God." Huh! Long Fei's face was filled with shock as he said, "Fatty, you." Fatty Chin said, "How is it, have you lost your cool?" Long Fei glared at him and said, "This is the root of disaster. If you do not wish to be hanged and beaten up by the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, you should quickly throw it away." Before he could finish his words, Yan Huang Ancestor said, "This is not bad, leave it behind." Long Fei immediately corrected himself, "Or give it to me." Fatty Chun looked at Long Fei and said, "Boss, are you not afraid that this might be the cause of the disaster?" F***ck. What was I afraid of? Long Fei said, "Let me destroy it." Chen Tianfei carefully gave it to Long Fei, and said in a low voice, "Boss, this is a holy token question of God. If it is discovered by a spirit star envoy of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, it will be killed." Long Fei replied, "Got it." Since the Yan Huang ancestor said it was a good thing, then it must be useful. As for the star spirit messenger S? Was there a need to be afraid of him? Long Fei could not help but ask in his heart, "Ancestor, what is the use of this medallion?" 3rd 8_8419/2357043. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. "Didn't you always want to undo the seal's chains on the gravity troll's body? The power this holy token question of God contains can break through the power of around 100 seal chains on his body." Yan Huang ancestor laughed. "Didn't you always want to undo the seal's chains on the gravity troll's body? The power this holy token question of God contains can break through the power of around 100 seal chains on his body." The seal chains on the gravity troll's body restricted his strength. As long as the seal on the chains were completely released, then that would be a true giant demon. Moreover, it was not only the gravity troll, Laimo also had the seal on him. His seal, being the earth binding, also needed to be undone. Hearing Yan Huang ancestor's words, Long Fei became excited. A holy token question of God has 100 seal chains and a gravity troll has 1008 chains. That means there are 10 holy token question of God. Long Fei was excited. The gravity troll's current power was comparable to golden immortal rank. If the breaking through the seal was restrained, his strength would probably be able to break through the fitted realm, or even the immortal realm. At that time, Long Fei could no longer imagine it, so he said, "One word, die." The holy token question of God disappeared into the space ring. The gravity troll let out a furious roar in the first level of hell, and started to absorb the holy token question of God's power. The holy token question of God were made from a special material, and there were very few of them in the entire Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Only people with a special contribution were able to obtain them. This was the reward for Pan Xing becoming a demon slayer and becoming a successor disciple of the Supreme God. Also, there were even some holy token question of God in the hands of some special elders. Furthermore, the leader of the Star Spirits, the boss of the Star Spirit Messenger, also had a holy token question of God. Fatty Chun asked, "Boss, that Pan who has already been beaten to a pulp, what do we do now?" Long Fei smiled slightly. "Make this matter big and make it difficult for the Pan family. After Pan who gets beaten up, he will be a disciple of the Sky Separating Clan." Chen Tianfei immediately said, "Understood." Immediately, Chen Tianfei shouted from the crowd, "Beat down the Pan clan, and beat down all of those disciples who cheated." The crowd immediately responded. Following that, a huge wave of people rushed towards the Pan clan disciples. They were all frightened to the point where they pissed their pants. 100 people against 10,000 people, no matter how strong they were, they wouldn't be able to withstand it. Only a few of the higher-ranked disciples of the Pan family were able to dodge the attack and escape, and the rest were all lying on the ground in pain. Long Fei laughed coldly and said, "Sky Separating Clan? Play with me? I won't be able to toy with you." "It's rioting! It's rioting! Head President, what should we do? This year's examinees are all in a frenzy." The chaos in the examination grounds spread to the God Emperor Academy Elders' courtyard a few minutes later. "Headmaster, quickly send people to suppress them. Go save Elder Pan who, otherwise, he will be beaten to death. Are these examinees crazy? Immediately send people." An elder shouted. At this time, Zhang Tianai said slightly, "Pan who has a holy token question of God on him, he represents Heavenly Hall of Immortals, even if it was a riot, he can withstand it. God Emperor Academy cannot send anyone to suppress it. In addition," Zhang Tianai said, "since the creation of the God Emperor Academy, there has never been a riot assessment. Why did it appear this time? This means that some elders went overboard and provoked the wrath of the masses. Pan who is the invigilator, he must take responsibility for this matter." Zhang Tianai immediately followed. "God Emperor Academy is not allowed to send anyone to suppress them, this is my order." The more this riot was suppressed, the more counterproductive it would be. What he needed to do now was not to suppress them, but to pacify them. Moreover, if the Pan clan were to be too arrogant during this period of time, they would need to show off their skills and make them understand that controlling God Emperor Academy was not that simple. As soon as Zhang Tianai finished speaking, the expressions of a few elders slightly changed, and they said, "Principal, this isn't good, since this is the God Emperor Academy's assessment, shouldn't we protect the reputation of the Academy? Furthermore, that is Elder Pan who. If something were to happen to him, how are we going to take responsibility?" Zhang Tianai asked. "Responsible? To whom? Why should we be held responsible when he's the one behind it? You can talk to me after you figure that out." At this moment, starlight flashed in the sky as a figure landed in the courtyard. Star Soul Summoner. "Dinsang, why is there a riot in this exam?" He immediately questioned Zhang Tianai. Zhang Tianai's expression was somewhat unhappy and said, "Why would there be a riot? I should be asking you Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, right? It has always been our God Emperor Academy who presided over the examinations, so why did the Heavenly Hall of Immortals send the Invigilator this year, to question me now that there's been a riot? Then I have to ask you, why did you send Pan Hu as Invigilator? Why is there a holy token question of God on him?" The face of the Star Soul summoning emissary darkened. "What did you say? The holy token question of God is also on him?" The holy token question of God represented the supreme transcendent hall of immortals, a symbol of identity. It was even more so the majesty of a heavenly. Seeing his expression, Zhang Tianai thought in his heart, could it be that Pan who used the holy token question of God on his own accord? The star spiritualist immediately said, This is a very important matter. Come with me to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals immediately. Zhang Tianai said, I can go to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, but what is more important now is to quell the uprising. Mr. Starsoul, may I trouble you to accompany me to the testing site? This matter had to be settled, otherwise there would be more casualties. These were the ambitious youths of the Sky Martial Continent. They had rushed to the God Emperor Academy to test, wanting to become a demon slayer, wanting to do their part for the Sky Martial Continent, and not letting them feel disheartened. Although the Star Spirit Messenger was unwilling, he still agreed and said, All right. Ha ha ha. Good kid, the young lord is indeed the young lord. He's too awesome. Qiu Wandao was extremely excited. Pan, whose sh*t was even beaten out, ha ha. The green-clothed elder said, Old bastard, could it be that you've gone too far this time? Moreover, you lost a holy token question of God. I have a feeling that the young master has obtained this holy token question of God. This is a cause for disaster. If the holy token question of God were to be lost, it would mean that the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals would be humiliated. It was very likely that it would be found on Long Fei's head. Furthermore, with Pan Xing's status in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, even if Long Fei did not obtain the holy token question of God, the matter would probably be pushed towards him. Qiu Wandao's brows tightened and said, This matter is truly troublesome. I just don't know if young master obtained the holy token question of God. If it really was him who took it, then the consequences would be. Their hearts sank. Qiu Wandao immediately said, I need to go. This time, the elder did not stop him and said, I will go with you. Chapter 48_8419/2357044 God Emperor Academy was angry. God Emperor Academy was angry. The Heavenly Hall of Immortals was also angry. How did a good exam turn into a riot? When Zhang Tianai rushed over, the situation had gone out of control. He had been beaten into a human shape. His butt was covered with feces and his face was covered with feces. The Pan clan disciples also suffered a similar fate. Zhang Tiany's voice sank. Everyone, quiet down. His voice was filled with an imposing aura. The cultivation level of his golden immortal rank burst out, forcefully suppressing all the sounds in the area. Zhang Tianai walked forward and said, I am the great principal of the God Emperor Academy. Now that the examination has ended, I apologize to everyone and hope that everyone can calm down. Finished. Zhang Tianai bowed 90 degrees. It was also at this time. The entire audience gradually quietened down, and all of them were completely convinced. The principal, who was so high up in the academy, actually apologized to them. This had a huge impact on their hearts. Long Fei also shook and said, This principle is not bad. If he suppressed it again, it would completely collapse. At this time, Pan Hu crawled up from the ground and shouted angrily, Zhang Tianai, I order you all to kill these rebel bastards. Kill them all. At this moment, Zhang Tianai was enraged and slapped him across the face, shouting, Pan Hu, you have to take responsibility for everything that has happened today. Men, suppress him. This slap had to be done. Be it public or private, Zhang Tianai had to fight, otherwise, he would not be able to calm the anger of the masses. Pan Hu's eyes bulged out as he stared at Zhang Tianai. You dare hit me? Do you know who I am? You dare to hit me? Even an elder of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals would not dare to touch me, since you, a mere principal of a God Emperor Academy, actually dare to hit me. Zhang Tianai, it is not too late for you to kneel down and apologize, or else. Pa! Zhang Tianai sent another slap flying over, directly slapping Pan Hu flat on the ground and said loudly, Take him away from me. Too arrogant. No matter what, he was still the principal of the God Emperor Academy. All of the disciples were startled and began to admire him more and more. Wait! Star Spirit Messenger shouted. Pan Hu's vision became blurry from the 2 slaps, but when he saw Star Spirit Messenger, he immediately became angry again, and said, "Star Soul Master, quickly kill these people all want to rebel." Star Spirit Messenger's voice sank as he asked, "Let me ask you, do you have a holy token question of God with you?" Pan Hu's face darkened, and his body couldn't help but tremble. He could only give Pan Shring to him as a precaution, so he absolutely could not use it carelessly. However, not only did he use it now, it had even been stolen. This was something he could not afford, and would even implicate Pan Shring. Pan Hu said with a trembling voice, "The holy token question of God, it was snatched away by these disciples, they all want to rebel. Master Star Spirit, the holy token question of God is on them, kill all of them and we will definitely be able to find it." The space between Star Spirit Messenger's eyebrows tightened, stared at him and said, "Losing the holy token question of God, the result is..." He did not continue. And then, his gaze swept across the idea on his body. The reason why Star Spirit Messenger's power was different from the average warriors was because they had cultivated a type of star power. This kind of power was similar to the power of Holy Token Question of God, so they could sense the location of Holy Token Question of God. At this moment, Long Fei's mind tensed up. He felt an idea sweep past his body. A few seconds later, Star Spirit Messenger's brows tightened. "No?" Then he tried again, but the result was the same. "No," Star Spirit Messenger slightly said. "Who took the holy token question of God and handed it over as soon as possible, otherwise, the consequences will be much worse than what you imagine. Nothing will happen to him if I bring it out now." Everyone looked at each other. What is a holy token question of God? I've never seen it before. That's right, the holy token question of God knows nothing. How can we take it out? Chen Tianfei was also at a loss. "My lord, we have never seen the holy token question of God before. It must be that the invigilator hid himself and wanted to steal the holy token question of God away. Just say that we stole it." "Exactly. You're right." Immediately, it caused a lot of resonance. Star Spirit Messenger's eyes darkened as he stared at Pan Hu. Pan Hu's face turned pale white and explained, "Master, I really did not take it for myself, they really took it away." Star Spirit Messenger took out a holy token question of God from his chest pocket and said, "It is precisely this kind of medallion. Any one of you have seen it before, take it out." Everyone looked at the holy token question of God in his hands. The corner of Long Fei's mouth drew back, and he said with a slight smile, "Another holy token question of God. Could it be that all Star Spirit Messengers carry a holy token question of God with them?" Long Fei thought about this and his heart darkened. If that's the case, then the holy token question of God are much easier to deal with, He wanted to unlock the seal on the gravity troll as soon as possible and release all of his strength. Then he would have to get more holy token question of God. "Hand it over quickly." The Star Spirit Messenger's voice was filled with anger. Everyone still shook their heads. He was too flustered just a moment ago, so no one paid any attention to it. Furthermore, Fatty Chen was extremely careful. How could he possibly have been discovered by anyone? At this moment, Murong Tian suddenly rushed out and said, "Lord Star Spirit, this riot was instigated by Long Fei. I think his goal was the holy token question of God on Elder Pan Hu's body. He stole the holy token question of God." It didn't matter if it was true or not, as if Murong Tian had pushed everything to Long Fei. Even if it wasn't, he would still be taken away, to be investigated by the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Chen Tianfei immediately became angry. "Murong Tian, King talk again for this daddy. My boss hasn't moved an inch since the beginning." Not waiting for him to finish, Star Spirit Messenger moved, and instantly landed beside Long Fei. Buzz! His strength was extremely strong. Furthermore, He had an aura that was familiar to Long Fei. Long Fei's heart tightened as he thought to himself, Senior EE. When he was in the Sky Soul Village, there were 3 star spirit emissaries Qi that was outside the courtyard. Long Fei could sense it clearly, and one of them was him. Long Fei's eyes darkened. Star Spirit Messenger saw the killing intent in Long Fei's eyes. Staring at him, he coldly snorted and said, "You're that trash of a kid from Long family?" His gaze was also filled with killing intent. Last time, he did not find Long Fei, causing him to be scolded by Gu Wuji. Long Fei also felt the killing intent, and the corner of his mouth drew back as he smiled. "You're that dog that Gu Wuji raised? How dare you!" http:// The Star Spirit Messenger was furious. The strong imposing aura rushed into Long Fei's sea of consciousness, wanting to crush him into pieces. Long Fei's expression tensed, and in his heart he shouted, "Golden Dragon Protector." It was also at this time. Blood Dragon Ancestor of the War Pet Space shouted angrily, "Boss, let me out, I'll kill him." Chapter 5, Thank you for your support. 8_8419/2357045. If you don't give me face, I won't give you face either. If you don't give me face, I won't give you face either. There was killing intent in Star Spirit Messenger's eyes. Similarly, Long Fei's eyes also carried killing intent, and it was not stronger than his, it was even hotter. He was the one who took Senior EE away. What was going on now? Seeing him again, the killing intent in Long Fei's heart became even stronger. Blood Dragon Ancestor's voice sounded in his mind. Long Fei moved his body to answer, "Don't be anxious." At this time, Qiu Wandao walked out. The azure-robed old man was secretly protecting him. One of them was in the light while the other was in the dark. Qiu Wandao walked up to look at the Star Spirit Messenger and coldly laughed. "You call me trash the moment you start, but a Star Spirit Messenger who passes through the sky like you is truly a great genius." Zhang Tianai tightened his eyebrows and immediately walked over. The corner of Star Spirit Messenger's eyes moved slightly as the killing intent in his heart disappeared. With Qiu Wandao here, it was unlikely for him to kill Long Fei. Moreover, just now, when he released such a strong pressure on Long Fei, he was actually able to completely block it. Star Spirit Messenger did not care about Qiu Wandao and stared at Long Fei. "You better hand over the holy token question of God, or else you will not be able to bear the consequences." Long Fei replied, "No, what do you want me to hand it over? Do you want me to give birth to one for you?" It was obviously Pan who lost the holy token question of God, and now you want to blame it on me? Someone just said it so clearly that they are framing us. I feel that you need to investigate this person. He is trying to deceive people. Calamity. If Murong Tian didn't let him pass, then he wouldn't let Murong Tian pass either. Long Fei's gaze shifted as he stared at the distant Murong Tian and said, "Murong Tian, you are the young duke of the Murong King's manor, a little genius. You must have had some ulterior motives since you approached the Pan clan right from the start of the examination, for you must have definitely taken a fancy to the holy token question of God on Pan whose body." Chen Tianfei immediately added fuel to the fire. "I just saw him sneaking around beside Pan Hu, I don't know what to do." "I saw it too. We all saw it." Many disciples stood by Long Fei's side because of Pan Hu's unfair treatment. Murong Tian's expression changed greatly. When he felt the Star Spirit Messenger's cold gaze, he was almost scared to the point of blurting out feces. He shouted, "Long Fei, stop slandering me." Long Fei laughed coldly. "If not, what are you afraid of? Why did your face turn so ugly? You must be feeling guilty about doing something like that." You. Murong Tian was speechless. He directly kneeled in front of Star Spirit Messenger and said, "Master, I really did not. I swear to the heavens, I definitely did not steal the holy token question of God." He had been arrogant a moment ago, but now, he had turned into a dead dog. Perhaps he could still be arrogant in front of these disciples, but facing Star Spirit Messenger, he was only afraid. The space between Star Spirit Messenger's brows expanded as a wave of idea pressed on his head. Pucci. Murong Tian was crushed to the point that his face turned pale, as he spat out a mouthful of blood in incomparable pain. Star Spirit Messenger retracted his aura and said, "He doesn't have the slightest bit of holy token question of God's aura on him." Murong Tian acted like he was amnesty and said, "I definitely won't go against Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, and even more so, won't go against Star Spirit." Then, Qiu Wandao said, "Since you can sense the existence of holy token question of God, then you should be very clear on whether or not there are any holy token question of God here. You are just a small messenger from Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. What right do you have to suppress the examinees from God Emperor Academy?" "Right." The Star Spirit Messenger laughed coldly and said, "This is the power." He took out the holy token question of God and stared at Qiu Wandao. "Old Qiu, don't think that just because you're the previous principal you can do whatever you want. There is a limit to Supreme God's tolerance." Qiu Wandao laughed and said, "Does his tolerance for restrictions have anything to do with me? Let me ask you right now, the reason for the current situation is that you, the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, randomly assigned people to be the Invigilator, and you, the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, are responsible for everything that has happened." Zhang Tianai immediately gave Qiu Wandao a meaningful look. Qiu Wandao completely pretended that he couldn't see, and said, "Why is it that Pan, who is able to do whatever he wants, that the disciples of his family are in the simplest examination grounds, and that the other disciples are in the more difficult examination grounds?" Someone who was not on good terms with his sky-separating clan was even placed in the 5-level secret territory, in the 10th space of the demon beast? If not for your indulgence, no one would dare to do this. His business wasn't big, but everyone around him could clearly hear what he said. Indeed, if not for Hall of Immortals' order, this would not have happened. The center of Star Spirit Messenger's brows wrinkled. He snorted coldly and said, "I am only investigating the matter of the holy token question of God. You want the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals to take full responsibility? Old man Qiu, did you shit your brains?" The Star Spirit Messenger sneered, and then roared loudly, causing the surrounding tens of thousands of disciples to be crushed. "Our Tong Tian Hall of Immortals only recognizes Demon Slayer, no matter how you enter the God Emperor Academy. As long as you become a Demon Slayer, you can obtain everything you want. What the God Emperor Academy cannot give you, our Tong Tian Hall of Immortals can give. The so-called injustice is only an excuse for the weak. You want fairness? Once you get stronger, you will naturally be on the basis of fairness." The Star Spirit Messenger sneered. "There is no fairness in the world. You want fairness? Yes, as long as you become a powerful warrior, your words will be fair. This is the law of this world." Long Fei's forehead tightened, and could not help but clench his fists. All the disciples felt very uncomfortable, but they had no choice but to accept this reality. The weak were never fair. Star Spirit Messenger slightly said, "God Emperor Academy will temporarily stop. Little brat from Long family, you can't get out of this matter. Qiu Wandao, didn't you say that our Tong Tian Hall of Immortals would take full responsibility? Then the two of you follow me up to the Heavenly Hall of Immortals." Star Spirit Messenger looked at Zhang Tianai again and said, "Great Principal, you should come along as well." Man Tuoyuo pulled Long Fei back, shook his head, and said, "Don't go, don't go." Chen Tianfei also said, "Boss, don't go." What kind of place was the Heavenly Hall of Immortals? It was the nest of the Star Spirit Messenger. Who knows where he would bring Long Fei? Table of Contents equals semi/floating life plus. The Tong Tian Hall of Immortals was a immortal domain, and could be said to be the gathering center for all the strong practitioners in the entire Sky Martial continent. If something were to happen, Long Fei would not be able to escape safely. Star Spirit Messenger looked at Long Fei contemptuously and said, "What? Don't dare to? The people of Long family are not afraid of the heavens, are they not afraid of the earth? So he's just as cowardly as a mouse." Long Fei looked at Star Spirit Messenger. His mind was filled with thoughts of how to get his hands on the holy token question of God, and he said with a slight smile, "Go. Of course. First 8_8419/2357046. Chapter 679 Emptiness. Chapter 679 Emptiness. Do you wish to cultivate it? The system sounded out. Long Fei's tiger body shook from the excitement as she immediately shouted, "Cultivate!" Ding! Congratulations, player Long Fei, for training exquisite hand to obtain 100 experience points, 100 power of celestial points, and a special 100 points reward. Long Fei also quickly checked the attributes of the technique. Skill path: Mystical Hands Empty Level, God Consumption, 1000 power of celestial S. Description: this skill is called Divine Thief Skill. First success rate is 10%, second success rate is 5%, third success rate is 1%. Description 2. The weaker the opponent is, the higher the success rate will be. Description 3. The higher the lucky value, the higher the success rate. Description 4. Can target humans or demon beast bosses. Description 5. Once discovered, it can no longer be used. Looking at the description of the system, Long Fei was extremely excited, and thought to herself, "I'm going to make a huge fortune now, ha ha." Long Fei only wanted to comprehend a thief skill, but didn't think that she would be able to comprehend a divine thief skill. "Alright. Then I'll use you to practice." Long Fei stared at Star Spirit Messenger, and revealed a surprised expression. "Ah. This is the palace question of God?" Suddenly, a sound was heard. It did not scare Star Spirit Messenger, but it did scare Qiu Wandao and Zhang Tianai to the point that they shivered. Star Spirit Messenger revealed a disdainful sneer. "Are you scared? And because the people of the Long family have seen the world, I never thought that there would be a country bumpkin like you." With a silly look on his face, Long Fei walked forward and said, "Sir Star Spirit, you are right. How could a country bumpkin like me have seen such a vast world?" While they were talking, Long Fei looked at the majestic palace question of God in the distance with a face full of worship. Because they were still in the air, he pretended to look intoxicated as he took a step into the air. "Ah!" Long Fei's body slightly trembled. "Ah! Master, save me." Star Spirit Messenger let out a cold laugh and did not attack, but he was actually grabbed by Long Fei with one hand. Ding! Stealing failed. Rub! Long Fei quickly pulled Star Spirit Messenger's hand and stood up, then said to him, "Thank you, sir, for saving me." He felt a burst of bitterness in his heart as he thought to himself, "Isn't my luck too bad?" Star Spirit Messenger had a kind of obedient feeling throughout her entire body, but she didn't sense anything. Looking at Long Fei's pitiful appearance, she laughed in disdain. "Save you?" Qiu Wandao stepped forward and said, "Brat, be careful. This is 10,000 meters in the air. If you fall, you will definitely die." Long Fei hurriedly said, Yes, I'll definitely be careful." Long Fei was waiting for the cooldown to end, and her mind was also looking at her own attributes. Is 20 points of lucky value not enough? The first time there's a 10% chance of failure, and the next time it's 5%. Can it still succeed? If he wanted to use the skill Exquisite Hand like the sky, he would have to touch the opponent's body, and couldn't do it through the air. Half a minute passed. Cooldown ended. They were about to reach the entrance of the Sky Origin skill, and Long Fei could not miss this rare opportunity. Her body slightly moved, and suddenly pounced forward. Long Fei's face changed greatly as she said, "We're here, we're here. Can I jump down?" Bam! His body bumped into the star spirit messenger, and he activated his skill. Ding! Stealing failed. Holy sh*t. Long Fei cursed in her heart. He King failed again. Are you trying to play me to death? Star spirit messenger frowned and shouted, "Brat, if you keep acting recklessly, I'll throw you down." Long Fei hurriedly said, I'm sorry, I'm too blessed. This country bumpkin has never seen the world before, please forgive me. I can't let him find out. Otherwise, it would have been impossible to succeed. After failing twice in a row, the success rate had dropped to 1%. If he failed 3 times in a row, he would not be able to cast this skill again within 1 day. It was really deadly. Sir Star Spirit, you're back. At the entrance of the outer space palace, 2 gatekeepers welcomed them respectfully. Qiu Wandao's mind went cold. The Blood Immortal Realm? Even the gatekeeping disciple is at the Blood Immortal Realm. It seems like the rumors are true. The palace question of God is indeed the strongest existence in the gods' martial continent. Long Fei didn't have the mood to care about the rank of the gatekeeping disciple. All he was thinking about right now was how to fetch the holy token question of God on Star Spirit Messenger's body. One of the guards looked at Long Fei and Qiu Wandao and asked, Master, who are these 2? The Star Spirit Messenger said slightly. One is the previous dean, the other is a brat from Long family. These 2 must take responsibility for the rebellion examination this time. Qiu Wandao's face changed, and immediately shouted, We're going to pay the main responsibility? You can really shake the pot. It was also at this moment. Cooldown ended. I'm going all out. Long Fei was furious. She roared out in her heart, Power of the Golden Dragon. Roar! The 8 dragons were enraged and power surged. The dragon blade in Long Fei's hand suddenly slashed down and said with raging anger, Bullying people is not this way of bullying. 5th level, Peerless. Open. The rose into the air and slashed down. No one had expected such a sudden attack. Even Qiu Wandao and Zhang Tianai did not expect that Long Fei would suddenly take action, and that she would release such a powerful force. The description of the skill Exquisite Hand. Empty mentioned that the weaker the opponent, the higher the success rate. Long Fei was ready to throw caution to the wind. Coincidentally, Star Spirit Messenger's words gave him an excuse to go crazy. Star Spirit Messenger would never have dreamed of such a slash. Who would dare to make a move on Outer Space Palace? Ever since the creation of the Outer Space Palace, there had not been a single person who dared to make a move, not to mention that it was an examinee who had made a move against the Star Spirit Messenger. Thus, this sneak attack could be said to be an unexpected success. Boom! Crack! Star Spirit Messenger was stunned by the blade. Although he was not dead, the chi and blood in his chest was boiling, she was exceptionally angry, and the power in her body exploded out. Brat, you're courting death. Endless rage. With that, the Star Spirit Messenger's palm struck down. His reaction was extremely fast. It could be said to be a godlike reaction. Long Fei's heart tensed up. 8 dragons barrier. He did not think about counterattacking, and he was also not a match for Star Spirit Messenger. His level pressure was too great, and his goal was not to kill him, but to let Star Spirit Messenger attack him. Because there would be physical contact. He could use his Divine Thief skill. The moment his palm struck down, Qiu Wandao took a step forward, wanting to block them. However, Long Fei straightened her body and blocked the attack first. Her palms dropped and Long Fei moved. Wonderful! Ding! Qiu Wandao frowned. Qiu Wandao frowned. He also didn't think that Long Fei would agree to go to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. If he went there, his cultivation would not be able to guarantee his safety. Although Qiu Wandao was unconvinced with the existence of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals was indeed the strongest power in the immortal domain, and was also the center of the strong. Moreover, other than a few normal clan elders, the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals had also concealed a variety of monster rankers who had survived for hundreds of years. Their cultivation bases were unimaginably high. Any one of them could crush him. He didn't know what Long Fei was thinking, but since Long Fei had agreed, he had to follow. Even if he were to die, he had to protect him well. Star Spirit Messenger smiled faintly and said, "All right." He was overjoyed. He had always suspected that Long Fei had obtained the holy token question of Goddess from Pan Hu's body, but he couldn't sense it. It was very strange. However, Supreme God would definitely be able to sense it. And then again, Long Fei had killed Hong Tianjun in the southern sky region, and this matter had not been settled yet. He was secretly pleased in his heart. "Kid, just you wait." Long Fei's mind kept on thinking, comprehending and comprehending. His mind was filled with thoughts about the holy token question of God, and his mind was filled with thoughts on how to obtain the holy token question of God on Star Spirit Messenger. Steal. Therefore, he needed a skill. It was a skill that belonged to a thief. Before he comprehended this skill, he could not be too far away from Star Spirit Messenger, or else it would be a waste for him to comprehend it. One holy token question of God, and 100 seal chains, I cannot let them go so easily. This was what Long Fei wanted to do. Long Fei turned around and said to Fatty Chin, "Wait here for my return. If I don't return within a day, quickly leave God Emperor City. The further the better." What exactly happened on that day in the South Horizon region, Long Fei did not know either. Lang Qianli still hasn't come back. He had always been worried about her. Chen Tianfei was naturally unable to stop Long Fei and said, "Boss, be careful." Man Tuolua looked at Long Fei, and Long Fei also looked at her. And then, the Star Spirit Messenger moved, and a strong force dragged Long Fei, Qiu Wandao, and Zhang Tianai away. They flew into the air and disappeared in the blink of an eye. On the way to the Heavenly Hall of Immortals, Qiu Wandao asked Long Fei via sound transmission, "Why did you come to Tong Tian Hall of Immortals?" Long Fei replied, "If you want to see what a Heavenly Hall of Immortals is, you can find the way there the next time you go." Qiu Wandao was speechless. In his impression, Long Fei was definitely not a reckless person. To agree to Star Spirit Messenger's provocation just like that, this did not seem like his personality. There must be something else. Qiu Wandao asked again, "Are the holy token question of God on Pan Hu's body?" He was very clear that Pan Hu had a holy token question of God on him, and he was also very clear on the consequences of stealing the holy token question of God. He also had to be clear in order to be prepared. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wandao and chuckled, but did not directly answer. Seeing Long Fei's smile, Qiu Wandao's heart thumped. Truly a madman. Master is a madman, and Little Master is even crazier. He even dares to snatch holy token question of Goddess. Seems like this trip to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals will be very dangerous. Qiu Wandao's heart tightened. He had to prepare everything. 5 minutes later, as he passed through the thick clouds, a fairy-like scene entered his eyes. 9 gigantic islands were floating in the air. There were over 100 islands surrounding these islands. The pavilions, buildings, immortal grasses, flowers, birds, and waterfalls could all be said to be there. It was just like the fairyland in the movies. It was even more shocking. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. Isn't this place just too beautiful? Zhang Tianai slightly said, "This is the Outer Space Palace, also known as the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. The main peak is the 9 large islands. The Hall of Immortals is at the center of the 9 great islands. There are the Peak of Elders, the Hidden Wu's Peak S, the Tong Tian Pavilion, the Star Spirit Hall, and a few other power of celestial secret realms. These are all cultivation holy lands, and it should be said that the Sky Martial Continent has the densest spiritual energy here. The giant islands floating in the air are heaven's foreign stone. There are rumors that this is an outer space vehicle, because it was killed by the dragon race during the attack. There are also rumors that these are meteorites from outer space, and they contain a strong power to cultivate. This is the first place that the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals is found. The reason why it is called Tong Tian Hall of Immortals is because this is the place that is closest to the sky in the Sky Martial Continent. As long as you understand life and death, and break through the cycle of reincarnation, you will be able to soar into the skies and enter a higher and broader realm. Zhang Tianye's eyes burned with passion. All his life, he had been pursuing the peak of martial arts. Every martial practitioner wanted to soar into the sky. He rushed out of Sky Martial Continent and went to take a look at the wider world. Qiu Wandao's eyes were also filled with incomparable shock. This was the first time he had come to the Heavenly Hall of Immortals, and he was also stunned by the scene in front of him. Upon entering, he immediately felt a dense amount of spiritual energy rush towards him. Long Fei actually didn't have much of a feeling towards spirit energy, but the system kept beeping out notifications in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining +1 comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining +1 comprehension. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for gaining +1 comprehension. The system kept ringing. Moreover, after Long Fei examined the attributes, he realized that this was not a true increase in comprehension power, but a temporary increase. Astonished, he thought to himself, could it be that this place can allow a person's comprehension power to increase? Holy sh*t. Then isn't this place too abnormal? If the spiritual energy was dense, then it was already cheating and starting to hang. His comprehension ability was also crazily increasing. Even a pig needed to be able to break through quickly. My comprehension ability has increased. All right. Long Fei seized this moment and started to frantically simulate in his mind. The thief's skills were being calculated time and time again, and would soon reach the outer space palace. If he did not use this opportunity to comprehend it, he would really not be able to do anything. Ding! Comprehension failed. Ding! Comprehension failed. Ding! He was getting closer and closer to the main gate of the outer space palace. As long as Star Spirit Messenger returned back to the outer space palace, he would hand over the power of Celestial of Tong Tian Tower. For him, this was a rare opportunity. I can't miss it. Whether the seal on the gravity troll could be undone depended on it. Hurry, hurry. Long Fei was starting to get anxious. =float #life suddenly. The system sounded out a melodious prompt. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for comprehending the God Thief skill exquisite hand. Do you wish to cultivate it? Second, 8_8419/2357047. The system sounded out. The system sounded out. In that instant, Long Fei shouted in his heart, Old Master, bless me. Your father is risking his life. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully stealing it. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Holy Token Question of God. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Gu Wuji's secret order. 2 consecutive notifications sounded. Also at the same time, Long Fei's chest nearly split open as 2 palm prints pierced through his internal organs and shot out from his back. A mouthful of blood spurted out from his mouth, and his body flew out like a broken kite. Bam! Long Fei heavily smashed onto the ground, rolling continuously for over 10 meters before finally stopping, unwell. It was extremely uncomfortable. Death. All of Long Fei's bones and limbs were penetrated by the Star Spirit Messenger's palm force. All of the meridians in his body felt as if they would break at any moment. Fuck, is this the power of the Star Spirit Messenger? Too terrifying. It was too terrifying. This kind of power was not something Long Fei could endure at the moment. If not for the protection of the 8 Dragons' body, Long Fei's body would have already been turned into mush, and all the meridians in his body would have been broken. And then, Long Fei endured the pain in his body, controlled his idea, and said, "Gravity Troll, I'll give you another Tong Tian power of Celestial, release the chains on my body." The holy token question of God had to be dealt with quickly, otherwise, if Star Spirit Messenger sensed its existence, he would really be screwed. The Gravity Troll said in a heavy tone, "Thank you, Master." When the holy token question of God was absorbed by him, the aura on the immortal badge instantly disappeared. Just like in the examination grounds, Star Spirit Messenger did not sense the existence of holy token question of God either. Last time, he couldn't sense it, but this time, he definitely couldn't. Gu Wuji's secret order? Other than the holy token question of God, he also stole another thing, a letter. The corner of Long Fei's mouth slightly hooked up, and he thought to himself, "There really is a collusion, Gu Wuji, this time let's see if you die or not." The Star Spirit Hall was like the Imperial Guards of the palace. It could only obey Supreme God's orders. It was the same for any of the Star Spirit Messengers. If anyone other than the Supreme God ordered the Star Spirit Messenger to act, or colluded with them, then that person had to exceed their authority. Last time, although the Supreme God authorized EE to arrest, he did not ask them to take action, nor did he ask them to apprehend Long Fei. Kill, leave no one alive. Long Fei's heart tensed up. "Gu Wuji, if you don't let me off, I won't let you off either." With this letter, Long Fei became more confident. With great difficulty, he crawled up from the ground and swallowed a few medicinal pills to stabilize his internal injuries. Star Spirit Messenger's eyes were filled with anger as he bellowed, "You're not dead yet? Then go to hell." His body moved, attacking once again. If he endured another palm strike, even would find it hard to escape death with his Golden Dragon protector, and even the Golden Dragon would need to awaken. His power had not reached the level of an existence that could protect Long Fei from any kind of energy attack. Earlier, he didn't know why Long Fei wanted him to block that palm strike, but this time, he definitely wouldn't let Long Fei take the risk. His body's strength moved. With a roar, Qiu Wandao charged forward like a savage demon beast. Rumble! 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 A huge explosion sounded as Qiu Wandao took a few steps back. With a deep voice, he shouted, "Come again if you dare." Both of his arms looked like they were about to break. He felt extremely uncomfortable as he stared coldly at Qiu Wandao and said, "Old thing, you dare to stop me?" His cultivation was weaker than Qiu Wandao's. However, he was not afraid because this was the Outer Space Palace, his territory. Qiu Wandao slightly shouted, "So what if I stop you? If something happened to the God Emperor Academy's assessment, why did you throw the blame on us?" The Star Spirit Messenger's gaze turned sinister as he said, "If you didn't stir up trouble, would there be so many problems? Since you want to stop me, then I will let you know the power of Heavenly Hall of Immortals." Star Spirit Messenger's expression changed, as an idea exploded above him. In that instant, the Star Spirit Hall was greatly shaken. Someone dares to make a move on Star Spirit Messenger? It's an outer space palace? What's so special about that? Immediately, in less than 3 seconds, dozens of beams of light flew out from the Star Spirit Hall. Bam! 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 Numerous figures landed and stood beside Star Spirit Messenger. All of them were experts. They were all experts of Heavenly Hall of Immortals. Junior brother, who bullied you? Who dares to come to the Outer Space Palace to cause trouble? You're looking to die, right? Star Spirit Messenger stared at Xiao Wandao and laughed coldly, then said, Old thing, you want to fight me? Come on, let's see if I can't kill you. There were more than 30 Star Spirit Messengers present. Their cultivations were all at Golden Immortal rank, and there were no lack of peak Golden Immortal stage experts. They were all much stronger than Xiao Wandao. Things had gotten out of hand. Zhang Tianai immediately said, My lord, this is just a misunderstanding. It's all a misunderstanding. Scram to the side. There are no misunderstandings here, only people who want to die. One of the Star Spirit Messengers snorted coldly at Zhang Tianai, completely looking down on him. There is only one outcome for anyone who dares to make a move on Star Spirit Messenger. Die. Xiao Wandao's brows tightened, protecting Long Fei behind him. He sent a sound transmission to him. Kid, later when the fight starts, you can run first, don't worry about me. Long Fei was secretly grateful in his heart, and said, Old Xiao, this matter was caused by me, I'll settle it myself. You solved it? What are you going to solve? You are the young master of Long family, and also his hope. You cannot die here. Xiao Wandao said sternly. He could risk his life for Long Fei, but he did not want Long Fei to act rashly and leave his life in this place, because he was the young master of the Long family. His mission was to allow the Long family to rise up and solve the mystery of the Long family. Long Fei said, Old Xiao, just who are you? Why are you defending me like this? He had met her once in the Yuling Island, and had not gotten to know her well. In the auction, who would not hesitate to sacrifice themselves for him just because he offended the elders and principal of God Emperor Academy. There must be something hidden in this. Xiao Wandao smiled slightly and said, Who I am is not important. Long family has once saved my ancestors. It's that simple? 36O search. Half floating / equals. Long Fei was in disbelief. However, now was not the time to talk about this. Long Fei's idea sunk and said, Old demon gravity, how much progress have you made with the seal? Chapter 48_8419/2357049. Things had gotten out of hand. Things had gotten out of hand. The disciples of the Star Spirit Hall rushed out in full force and surrounded Xiao Wandao and him. He definitely wouldn't let this go easily. That being the case, Long Fei would not hide anything, he would release all of his power. The gravity troll roared out, 180 chains, open. Master. Give me another half a minute and I'll be able to break through the 200 chains. The gravity troll replied, then did not speak, and continued to attack. Leamo became excited and said, Master, please let me go out and play. Long Fei said, Don't be anxious, once the battle starts, it will be earth-shattering, and at that time you will have the chance to fight. Leamo was extremely excited and said, All right. Long Fei had made all the preparations, as long as they dared to make a move. He would release the old demon and let them experience the might of the giant demon. Xiao Wandao said in a low voice, Why are you walking up here? You're hiding behind me. Long Fei said, Old Xiao, you should be clear about the personality of the Long family. If you do not retreat, are you not afraid of the heavens or the earth? Are you not afraid of the Star Spirit Messenger? If you're not happy, then so be it. Arrogant beyond compare. The aura from Long Fei's body was also extremely arrogant. Even in Outer Space Palace it was the same. Arrogant. Arrogant. When the Star Spirit Messenger heard this, they were all enraged. Everyone knows that the people of Long family are wild. Today we finally understand that you are not wild, you are seeking death. How dare you be so arrogant? Even if Long Wushan is still alive, he wouldn't dare to be so arrogant. Kill him! One of the Star Spirit Messengers suddenly bellowed, and all of the Star Spirit Messengers released a burst of powerful chi, turning into a burst of star power that crushed down. The rolling thunder had crushed Xiang Longfei's and his sea of consciousness. Qiu Wandao's body sank, and let out a heavy roar. His body could barely take it. Long Fei was in the same pain. His sea of consciousness continued to churn, as though it was setting off monstrous waves. Even the golden dragon could not resist the pain, as the Star Spirit Messenger's alliance was too strong. "Old devil, how much longer do you need?" Long Fei roared. The gravity troll let out a roar, and broke 3 of the seal chains on its body, then roared out, "I'm done! Motherf ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** down. Just as the idea moved and was about to release its gravity troll, at this moment, a huge illusion of a human face appeared in the sky and shouted, "Stop!" His voice was like thunder, crushing the pressure of the stars in an instant. The illusion of the Supreme God. Supreme God! The bodies of the star spirit messengers trembled as they kneeled on the ground and said in unison, "We pay our respects to Supreme God." Black blood trickled out of the corner of Long Fei's mouth, and his head was still buzzing loudly, as though it was going to explode at any moment. Qiu Wandao was the same. His face was pale white, as if he had instantly aged more than 10 years. Supreme God said slightly, "Bring the two of them to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals." One of the star emissaries immediately said, "Disciple understands." And then, the shadow of the sky suddenly disappeared. Long Fei looked up into the sky and thought, "This is the Supreme God? The leader of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals? Ancestor, what realm is this fellow in?" Yen Huang Ancestor exhaled a breath and said, "Your giant demon, Lei Mo, along with the Blood Dragon Mount, the Dragon Salyer, and me. None of them are his match. Very strong. He's extremely strong, the strongest person I've ever met in the Sky Martial Continent. With your current cultivation, just one of his idea wouldn't be able to take it," the Yen Huang Ancestor said. "His cultivation should have reached the immortal realm. Moreover, he is not the strongest person in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. There are also a few old monsters, and they are the true terrifying existences." When Long Fei had just chopped down the Dragon Salyer, Yen Huang Ancestor instantly sensed that Long Fei was being watched by a few idea. This kind of idea is even stronger than Supreme God. He should be the Supreme Elder of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, an expert of the Master's generation. It was impossible to resist. They were probably the strongest people in the Sky Martial Continent, the truly old monsters. Long Fei was overwhelmed with shock. Damn it, isn't killing this bastard going to level up several times? If he were to go berserk, what sort of items would he be able to drop? Isn't he going to defy the heavens? He's a madman. The stronger he was, the more excited he would be, because he had the game striking system. The stronger the boss, the better it would feel. Long Fei immediately asked, "Ancestor, can't we defeat the giant demon clan's seal even if they remove it? I have never seen the power of the giant demon seal when it was completely released. Only until the day it was released will we know." "Oh!" Long Fei then asked, "Ancestor, you are a Chaos Realm ranker, what about you?" Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Currently, my power is not a match for you. I need a large amount of energy. When I can condense a virtual image to leave your body, all of these cats and dogs will be fine." "Rub!" Long Fei shouted excitedly, "Ancestor, then hurry up and cultivate. I can't even wait." If he really wanted to kill a few level-old monsters, then he could soar into the sky and level up like a rocket. Yen Huang Ancestor said, "Then you should at least get more holy artifact. Go and touch your own conscience and ask, how long has it been since you last got your hands on a holy artifact? Say it yourself. I'm starving. If you don't ask, you know." With a single question, Long Fei glanced at the space ring, his heart feeling cold. "Ancestor, I really do owe you in my previous life. You have eaten up all the things in the auction, even tens of thousands of fairy stones you have. Empty. Really crazy. It's only been a few days and everything's gone. To instantly change from a billionaire to a pauper, this feeling was too unbearable. Yan Huang ancestor grinned and said, "The food during this period of time is still not bad. Well, I'm going to train. Be careful." Then he dived and never came out. Long Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. "I wonder how many holy artifacts you will scam me until you manage to condense your shadow of your Tao. I really want to die. I better think of a way to get the remaining 8 holy token question of God." Long Fei muttered in his heart. The gravity troll's seal had already been activated and he had to quickly obtain the 8 holy token question of God. First, he undid the gravity troll's seal. This way, he would have one more level of bodyguard. And then there was the earth-binding seal on Lei Mo's body. Long Fei did not need to be afraid of anyone when it came to unlocking the seal. At this moment, the star spirit messenger leading the way snorted and said, "Heavenly has arrived." At this moment, in the great hall of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, all the elders looked at Long Fei with cold eyes, as if he was a deep pond or a tiger cave. The moment Supreme God's voice fell, he said, "Bring him in." Chapter 5. Thank you for your support. Bring him in. Bring him in. His voice carried the tone of an interrogator. Moreover, there was also a hint of anger in his voice. He was angry at Long Fei and also angry at Qiu Wandao. Zhang Tianai said in a low voice, "When we enter the Hall of Immortals, you all must not be too reckless anymore, understand?" The Tong Tian Hall of Immortals was not like other places. If they angered the Supreme God, they would be eternally doomed. Qiu Wandao and Long Fei did not speak. Qiu Wandao was worried about Long Fei, because in his heart, Long Fei had already leveled up to become a madman that was even crazier than Master. The hall was filled with elders. Above the great hall was the Supreme God. After Long Fei entered the hall, one of the elders shouted, "You mortals, quickly kneel down." His voice was not loud, but it exploded in Long Fei's sea of consciousness like thunder, and his body faintly trembled, as though he could not endure it any longer. Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly, and said with an unyielding tone, "The disciples of my Long family do not kneel to the heavens, nor to the earth nor to anyone." Even in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, Long Fei was still not afraid. If they wanted him to kneel, they would have to kill him. Long Fei continued, "If you say I am immortal, then how good can you be? Did you ascend? Have you broken through to the sky martial continent? Since you do not have it, then aren't you also immortal? How dare you?" That elder shouted loudly. "How can the Hall of Immortals allow a lowly brat like you to be so arrogant?" Long Fei sneered. "Is this what you call arrogance? You probably haven't seen my wild and arrogant look before." "You!" The elder opened his eyes wide, and the aura around his body became even stronger than before. His powerful aura crushed Long Fei's mind like an avalanche. All of the elders in the hall were looking at Long Fei with cold smiles on their faces. Supreme God was also looking at Long Fei. He knew that the elder was suppressing Long Fei, but he did not stop him. Long Fei stood in place, as steady as a boulder, unmoving by the 8 winds. However, cold sweat poured down his back. His mind and his sea of consciousness were overturning the sky and the earth. Golden Dragon Fury, Golden Dragon Master, who was protecting his mind and sea of consciousness, roared. He released a streak of golden light, and as if he had broken through his shackles, the powerful dragon's protection firmly protected Long Fei's mind and sea of consciousness. Buzz! Buzz! 2 soft buzzing sounds directly crushed the elder's aura. Boom! A muffled sound rang out in the air. The elder's body trembled slightly and a malicious glint appeared between his brows. Long Fei shouted, "Come again! Come at me if you dare!" His aura was extremely arrogant, his 2 eyes staring straight at the elder, as if he was about to eat someone. The attack that Long Fei hated the most was suppression. Long Fei was very unhappy. The elder was also furious and shouted, "How preposterous!" His body moved. His aura exploded outwards. A beast let out a roar from his body, then the shadow of the beast charged out and floated in the air. Roar! The furious demon beast. Unbridled. This was the might of an immortal foundation, an extremely powerful demonic beast. Every elder in the heavenly hall of immortals had a grade immortal foundation, and this person had a fierce beast immortal foundation. Heh. This kid must have been crushed. Elder Cheng's fierce beast immortal foundation pressure is not ordinary. Even if this kid has a defensive device on him, it won't be able to block it. This drills into one's mind to tear apart the mental pressure. Serves him right. You dare to be so arrogant in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. What kind of place do you think you are here? Crush him down. The elders were discussing in hushed voices. Qiu Wandao's body slightly moved, wanting to block by himself. Long Fei pulled him back and said, "Old Qiu, I'll do it myself." Roar! The fierce beast in the air roared once again, and rushed towards Long Fei's head. Long Fei did not go to defend. The huge ferocious beast attacked both his sea of consciousness and his mind. The elder smirked, "Get down." Once the fierce beast entered Long Fei's body, his mind would be torn apart, his sea of consciousness would be broken through, and Long Fei would become a trash. The mind was damaged in two places. No matter how powerful a genius was, it was useless. It would be useless for the rest of its life. Moreover, his vicious beast immortal root was different. Even if there was someone with a higher cultivation level, as long as it entered his mind, he would be finished. That elder became complacent, and with a pleased sneer on his face, he stared at Long Fei and said, "Brat, the heavenly is not a place for you to behave atrociously." The corners of Long Fei's lips curled up slightly. He was still as calm as before. The eight winds did not move as he stared at the elder who had just spoken and sneered. "Do you think you're very strong? Do you think that your fierce beast immortal foundation's virtual shadow can injure me? Ha ha ha!" Long Fei suddenly laughed loudly. "Golden Dragon, annihilate!" Boom! Boom! Inside his sea of consciousness, the golden dragon rose up with its incomparably ferocious dragon head, dazzling golden body, and two huge eyes staring at that extremely tiny shadow of the fierce beast. That vicious beast was trembling in fear. Forget about biting into its sea of consciousness. It was so scared that it did not even dare to move. Who would have thought that there was a golden dragon hidden within Long Fei's sea of consciousness? Furthermore, it was an eight-clawed golden dragon, the Golden Dragon Master sect. Was this a joke? Roar! With a furious roar, Golden Dragon Master swung his claws down and directly crushed the shadow of the fierce beast into powder. The same was true for his mind. The shadow of the fierce beast had been crushed to pieces. Just this strong. The elder's body was pushed back repeatedly. Puff! He spat out a mouthful of blood, stared at Long Fei and said, You. Long Fei contemptuously said, You, your sister, come again, you will crush your father again. All the elders of the heavenly hall of immortals were shocked. Supreme God frowned slightly as he thought to himself, Dragon's might? Huff! Isn't this guy negative activation to dragon blood? Why is there the aura of a dragon inside your body? Under normal circumstances, Long family S with negative activation to dragon blood would not have any aura of a dragon, and it was even more impossible for them to release such a strong dragon's might. Could the investigation be wrong? A Long family disciple with negative activation to dragon blood basically did not need any attention. Because, no matter how strong he was, he wouldn't have much future prospects. Thus, the Supreme God had never placed Long Fei in his eyes. Even if he killed Hong Tianjun and chased him away, he never thought that Long Fei would be a demon slayer. Negative activation to dragon blood meant trash. a good-for-nothing that could not be changed in a lifetime. But now, no matter how he looked at Long Fei, he felt that it was not as simple as negative activation to dragon blood. The brat in front of him was concealing himself. The negative activation to dragon blood in his body was definitely concealing something. This boy. Not simple. First 8_8419/2357051. Long family had always been a very mysterious existence. Long family had always been a very mysterious existence. Before the war, Long family was the #1 clan in the Sky Martial continent, the strongest clan. He had crushed all the other ancient family in the Sky Martial continent, and his Pan clan was only one of them. Moreover, the rise of Long family could be described as godly. The people of the Long family walked out of the prehistoric territory with Dragon Salyer behind them. They announced to the outside world that they had obtained the divine dragon's blood essence, and all the disciples of the Long family obtained the inheritance of the dragon's spirit blood overnight. And in the short span of half a month, the Long family went from a small unknown clan to a first-class family. The South Horizon region had become the most powerful region in the 5 great regions. The extremes are reversed. The strength of the Long family seemed as though it could pierce the heavens and earth. A mysterious calamity descended with lightning speed, and in a short night, the Long family was almost destroyed. The first batch of experts from Long family who had merged with their dragon spirit blood all disappeared without a trace. Ever since the calamity, when the Long family fell into a trough that had been in for millions of years, the blood veins in the bodies of the Long family disciples became thinner and thinner, and the number of dragons that transformed into dragons soared and became fewer and fewer. However, there had never been a disciple with 0 dragon blood activation. Even if the dragon spirit blood on his body were to be removed and absorbed, it was impossible for it to be negative activation to dragon blood. Supreme God had too great of an impact on the Sky Martial continent. He had previously researched it, and he had felt it strange when he found out that the dragon blood activation in Long Fei's body was 0. Just now, he had clearly felt that Long Fei's sea of consciousness had the pressure of a dragon. Otherwise, how could a spiritual Level 6 cultivator like him withstand the pressure from the golden immortal rank elders? It was absolutely impossible. This brat had been concealing himself all along? Supreme God's heart tensed up, for the rise of the Long family? Or did he not know what was hidden behind the negative activation to dragon blood himself? Suddenly, Supreme God suddenly felt that Long Fei was very deep. His deep eyes were hidden in a dense fog, even he could not see through it. For the first time in his life, he could not see through a single person. And it was even someone from the spiritual level. The clan elder spat out a mouthful of blood. He was even more enraged. His figure moved, ignoring everything else, as he rushed towards Xiang Long Fei. "Brat, give me your life." Long Fei sneered. "Are you in a hurry to jump into a wall?" Qiu Wandao moved slightly, blocking in front of Long Fei, and mocked. "Is this the character and behavior of a Tong Tian Fairy Hall elder?" Humph! Many of the elders looked displeased. At this moment, Supreme God's voice sunk as he shouted lightly, "Enough!" His voice was filled with authority, and in an instant, he had completely suppressed that furious elder. Qiu Wandao's body also trembled. His internal organs seemed to be tumbling about, as he exclaimed in his heart, "A single voice was enough to cause such a powerful pressure. What terrifying stage is this Supreme God at? Too terrifying." Long Fei also felt it. He finally understood why the Yan Huang ancestors said that no matter how much power they had, they would still not be his match. This Supreme God was simply an invincible, abnormal boss. The Supreme God said slightly, "Zhang Tianai, first tell me about the exam candidates' rebellion. How exactly did this happen? Give me a detailed explanation." During the time he was asking, Supreme God had been looking at Long Fei. He wanted to see through Long Fei, but he just couldn't. Zhang Tianai narrated in detail, and finally said, Supreme God, as the principal, I have to take responsibility for the examinees' uprising this time, but as for the reason, I have to bear all the punishments. However, I still have to say it, the matters concerning the God Emperor Academy's assessment should be handled by the God Emperor Academy himself, and it cannot be managed by anyone who doesn't understand the God Emperor Academy at all. This time, such a strong uprising will greatly affect the God Emperor Academy, the Heavenly Hall of Immortals, and the Demon Slayer that you are looking for. Just as he finished speaking, some of the clan elders shouted, Do you want me to explain to them? Zhang Tianai, do you have water in your head? Do you know what you were saying? Someone like you can become a principal? You want us to account for the mortal examinees? Are you retarded? How high and mighty was the Heavenly Hall of Immortals? Was he going to explain this to some lowly examinee that was like an ant? This was an insult to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. In this world where the strong were respected, how could the strong account to the weak? The elders were all displeased. One of the very important reasons was that it was related to the sky-separating clan and Pan Xing. As Pan Xing was the #1 demon slayer, according to what Zhang Tianai said, it should be the responsibility of the Pan clan. Being mocked and scolded, Zhang Tianai did not refute, and silently stood there without making a sound. Supreme God did not immediately indicate anything. Instead, he looked at Long Fei and asked, Long Fei, you are one of the examinees. It seems like the Pan clan is also targeting you. Long Fei was startled. She did not expect the Supreme God to ask him this. He looked at Supreme God and asked, What do you want to hear? Supreme God said, Your heartfelt words. Long Fei said, After killing Pan Hu, all of the disciples of Sky-separating clan will return to their true forms and undergo the assessment again. As soon as his voice faded, an elder jumped out, pointed at Long Fei's nose and scolded him. Brat, who do you think you are? Do you know what you're talking about? You take yourself too seriously. Who do you think you are? All of them seemed to be infuriated. The Sky-separating clan was an ancient clan of the Sky Martial Continent, and now that Pan Xing was the #1 demon slayer, coupled with the fact that the Western demon flame was getting stronger and stronger, they had to rely on the Sky-separating clan. If they killed Pan Hu now, wouldn't that mean that the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals and the Pan family were going to break up? What if Pan Xing left the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals? Who will bear the consequences? Long Fei picked his ears, and as he listened, he became a little impatient. He looked at Supreme God and said, This is the truth that you want. I'm lying, do you want to hear it? With an official promotion, he directly raised Pan Hu to the principal of the God Emperor Academy. The disciples of the Pan clan all became senior disciples, receiving the same treatment as the elders of the God Emperor Academy. Is that okay? As soon as he finished speaking, the elders quieted down. Many of them even nodded their heads in agreement. Only a few elders shouted, Nonsense. The space between Supreme God's brows furrowed slightly, but he did not answer. Instead, he looked at Long Fei and asked, One more thing, the holy token question of God on Pan whose body was lost, is it in your hands? As soon as he finished, =float #life Supreme God's eyes flashed with a bright light. This ray of light was staring at Long Fei as if he was testing a lie. As long as Long Fei's heart was beating, he would notice any change in the expression in the light. The corner of Long Fei's mouth lifted slightly and laughed. If I say I'm not here, would you believe me? The Supreme God said straightforwardly, I don't believe it. Second, 8_8419/2357052. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. When Supreme God's voice fell, all the elders in the hall looked at Xiang Longfei in unison. Stealing holy token question of God, this was not child's play. That's a felony. Right now, they only knew that the holy token question of God on Pan, whose body had disappeared, and they didn't know that the holy token question of God on the Star Spirit Summoner's body had also disappeared. If he knew, he would be even more shocked. Long Fei was not afraid. He was not even the least bit flustered as he said softly, "If you don't believe me, then there's nothing you can do, because you have no proof that I took it." The Supreme God smiled and said, "Is it evidence?" A cold light flashed in his eyes. Long Fei remained calm and collected. His expression did not change at all, and even his gaze did not move at all. However, his heart was tight. Star Spirit Messenger could not sense the fusion of giant demons, so how could the Supreme God have sensed it? Long Fei was not confident. However, Supreme God's gaze had only detected it slightly, but he too did not sense the strength of the holy token question of God on Long Fei's body. Furthermore, he was clear, who would be foolish enough to bring a holy token question of God with them, and even bring him to the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals? The Supreme God smiled and said, "That's right, I do not have any evidence." Long Fei heaved a sigh of relief in his heart. He could not see through the expression in Supreme God's eyes. What was he trying to do? "What do you want from me?" Long Fei also could not see through them. However, his instincts told him that Supreme God was not simple. The elders in the hall started discussing, and said, "Supreme God, the holy token question of God's are no trifling matter. We can't let you off even if you mistakenly kill them." "You're right. The holy token question of God represents the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. If someone were to use this order badge to trick us, wouldn't that damage the reputation of our Tong Tian Hall of Immortals? These are all small matters. The holy token question of God's have a very profound strength. If the demon race or those huge monsters get their hands on them, the consequences would be unimaginable. They must be strictly investigated." Just as they had said, the matter of holy token question of God's was not something to be underestimated. These tokens were created by the first Supreme God, and each one of them contained a great amount of power that could not be underestimated. If the giant demon got his hands on it, it would be a great hidden danger. This was something that Supreme God was well aware of in his heart. However, just as Long Fei said, he had no evidence. Moreover, he felt that Long Fei was hiding many secrets, especially regarding the matter of dragon's suppression. In a secret history, he had seen a certain connection between the Long family and the dragon race that had disappeared, a very close connection. Would Long Fei hide the secrets of the dragon clan? Dragon race, an outsider from the Tianwu continent. They came from another plane, a higher plane, and they were bringing an endless amount of treasures. Countless holy artifacts entered the sky martial continent. There were even secret techniques to live forever. It was a divine ability comparable to the power of the heavens. Whoever could find the dragon domain would be able to obtain everything in the legends. For any warrior, especially someone like the Supreme God who stood at the peak of the martial way, the secret treasures of the dragon race was a huge temptation. It was already difficult for them to break through, much less ascend. In just a few hundred years, he didn't want to wait for his lifespan to run out and turn into a pile of dirt. He wanted to break through the shackles and obtain a longer lifespan. The secret treasure of the dragon race might be his only way out. He saw that little bit of hope on Long Fei's body. As long as there was a sliver of hope, Supreme God would not let it go. Thus, the Supreme God smiled faintly and said, "Long Fei, I can make you the second demon slayer." The conversation suddenly changed. He was spinning too quickly, causing all the elders in the hall to be unable to react. Long Fei was the same, his mind was shaken, and he did not know how to react. He thought to himself, what is this guy trying to do? Qiu Wandao and Zhang Tianye's faces changed as well. Demon Slayer? This identity is not ordinary. Supreme God's mind was spinning, Long Fei's mind was also flying. No matter what you want to do to me, I don't care about my identity as a demon slayer, but I need a lot of holy token question of God. And then, Long Fei revealed an excited smile and said, "Many thanks, Supreme God, so I am the second demon slayer?" At this time, the Supreme God was stunned. He did not expect Long Fei's quick answer, and said, "That's right, as long as you nod your head, you will be the second demon slayer, and will enjoy the treatment of a heavenly fairy hall elder level 1. Agreed. Of course. Long Fei immediately nodded and said, "Of course I will agree to such a good thing. I'm not an idiot." Long Fei said, "Supreme God, now that I am a demon slayer, should I reward a holy token question of God as well?" The Supreme God smiled slightly and said, "The number of holy token question of God are very few. There aren't any extra holy token question of God present right now, so I am powerless to help with this matter." Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "No? Forget it then, it doesn't matter, since the holy token question of God are not useful to me anyways." While they were talking, Long Fei looked at an elder and said, "I am now the second demon slayer. Don't you want to congratulate me?" It was too fast. Suddenly, they became demon slayer. They didn't have enough time to react, and were dominated by Long Fei just like that. Long Fei went forward and held onto an elder's hand and said, "Congratulations to me." The elder didn't know what to say, so he could only say awkwardly, "Congratulations, congratulations." Long Fei's idea moved, nothing. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for stealing holy token question of God. Giant demon catch. Long Fei practically did not stop at all, and instantly gave the stolen holy token question of God to the gravity troll. Then, he shook another elder's hand. "Congratulations to me. In the future, we will be comrades in arms on the same front. We will join together to resist the giant demon invasion." Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for stealing holy token question of God. Giant demon. All the elders of the entire Heavenly Hall of Immortals had come into contact with Long Fei. Furthermore, Long Fei did not hold back his attacks in the slightest. It was unknown whether it was due to his good luck or his handsome appearance, but the success rate was extremely high. 6 holy token question of Goddess. 10 immortal crystals. There were also a few good immortal weapons, a few immortal pills, equals half carat float hashtag life carat. It could be said that all of these elders had been taken in by Long Fei. Start fusing with 2. Now there are 6, so there's a total of 8. In other words, there's still 2 holy token question of God left to remove all the chains on their bodies. Long Fei became excited. His gaze turned to the Supreme God, and thought in his heart, "Wealth is sought from danger. Supreme God, do you want to congratulate me?" Long Fei looked at the high and mighty Supreme God, his eyes blazing with passion, and his heart starting to grow excited. This guy might even be able to steal a great holy artifact out. 3rd 8_8419/2357053. His hands were empty. His hands were empty. He returned empty-handed with a full load. Long Fei did not let go of any of these opportunities, and all of the clan elders thought highly of themselves, and did not put Long Fei in their eyes, so they did not try to defend themselves. The most important point, the holy token question of God's business, was critical, even more so than their lives. If they lost it, they would definitely not dare to say it out loud. He could only suffer in silence. Mute people would often suffer unspeakably. Of course, that was a story for the future. At present, they did not discover that they had been stolen. Long Fei looked at the Supreme God on the stage and said, "Supreme God, do you want to congratulate me?" Supreme God smiled faintly and said, "I don't need it." "You really don't need to use it?" Long Fei said again. Supreme God said, No need, it's enough to have this many elders to congratulate you. Now, you are the second demon slayer in Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. As soon as he finished, Long Fei interrupted. Sorry, I just thought about it, I am still not qualified to become a demon slayer. First, I didn't kill the giant demon. Second, my Long family has enmity with the sky-separating clan, it is very easy for us to get into conflict. 3. I don't want to become a demon slayer myself, but don't worry, as long as it is something that threatens the fate of Sky Marshal Continent, I will definitely not sit idly by and do nothing. Now that he had obtained what he wanted, what was he supposed to do? Withdraw. Long Fei's face turned as pale as if he was flipping a book. One page, one face, he really couldn't react at all. The few elders were immediately angered and said, Long Fei, you better not fail to appreciate my kindness. Supreme God breaking the rules to promote you is the blessing of 8 lifetimes, don't fail to appreciate my kindness. Supreme God, it's impossible for such a person to become a demon slayer. Despicable and insidious. Be it the Supreme God's cultivation or character, they cannot be compared with Pan Xing at all. What does he count as? So what if you're a Long family? Not millions of years ago, how many people in the Tianwu continent remember Long family? Besides, just the trash of his negative activation to dragon blood is probably just a bastard. He basically did not inherit the Long family's blood vein. Long Fei was too arrogant, and provoked the wrath of the masses. Long Fei's mind went cold and thought to himself, Giant demon, how much is there left? The gravity troll said lightly, I've already broken through 700 chains. Continue. Speed up. Long Fei urged. Long Fei looked at Supreme God and said, Supreme God, I have said what I should say. Since many of the elders do not agree, then I should not be this demon slayer anymore. Old Qiu, let's go. He was about to leave immediately. The holy token question of God were all gone, yet they were still lying on the ground waiting for their deaths. Qiu Wandao's brain could be considered to be working, but he was completely unable to keep up with Long Fei's tempo, and he said, Oh! Finished. The two of them walked out of the hall. An elder shouted loudly, Kid, are we letting you go? Long Fei stopped and said, What's wrong? You still want me to stay for dinner? Humph. You dare to reject the Supreme God? I don't care if you're a Long family or some random dog, you want to leave after being arrogant? Then you can't. The clan elder's body released a strong qi, blocking Long Fei's escape route one after another. It was also at this time. A star spirit messenger frowned. He anxiously rushed into the Hall of Immortals and directly knelt down, and said, Supreme God, the holy token question of God on me is also gone. Supreme God frowned, he stared straight at Long Fei who was at the entrance of the Hall of Immortals. Long Fei revealed a foolish look, and completely ignored him. Qiu Wandao's heart sank, another holy token question of God was lost? Zhang Tianai felt unwell in his heart. What in the world is going on? What is going on? At this moment, the faces of a few elders sunk slightly, because after they had a look at their own bodies, the holy token question of Goddess on their bodies disappeared as well. His facial expression changed drastically. But no one brought it up first, they wanted to see how Supreme God would deal with this star spirit messenger. Losing holy token question of God meant being beheaded. Star spirit messenger kneeled on the ground and trembled, then said, Supreme God, I really don't know how I lost them. All along the way only Long Fei and the other two were by my side. They were definitely stolen by that dog, Long Fei. Long Fei became furious and shouted, Don't speak lies, did I steal it? Did you see me steal it? I was almost killed by you and you still dare to say that I stole it? Naturally, he wouldn't admit it. Star Spirit Messenger asked, Who else could it be if not you? You were the one who stole Pan whose holy token question of God, you despicable villain. At this time, The few elders immediately shouted, "We can't let him go." "Right. Don't even think about leaving this place until things are clear." They were worried as well as afraid. Their holy token question of God had also disappeared. This is deadly. It was also at this time. Supreme God's figure blurred and then landed. In the main hall, a head flew into the air. Not even a drop of blood flowed out of the wound. A stream of power from the wound stopped the blood from flowing out of the seal, leaving not a single drop of blood. Supreme God frowned and bellowed, "Those who lose holy token question of God die." The elders who had their medallions stolen immediately shrunk, their hearts half dead from fear. Supreme God normally didn't look like he had any temper, but once it exploded, even the gods and ghosts would be afraid of him. If they were to reveal the matter of him losing his medallion, they would most likely end up in the same situation. Long Fei simply wasn't able to see clearly how the Supreme God had attacked, nor did he have the ability to sense anything. He was incomparably shocked in his heart. What a powerful strength! Supreme God looked at Long Fei and said, "Since you became a demon slayer for no reason, I won't force you. As for the matter of the God Emperor Academy examinees rebelling, I'll do as you say. Zhang Tianai, you will personally supervise this matter. As for the rest of the exams, you will become invigilator." Zhang Tianai took a step forward. "Understood." An elder said, "Supreme God, Pan, who is Pan Xing's blood uncle, if we kill him." Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Supreme God's voice suddenly became gloomy, and he suddenly shouted, "Haven't I explained it clearly enough?" All the elders in the hall kneeled down in unison, not daring to make another sound. The anger of the Supreme Goddess was impossible to withstand. Long Fei was secretly shocked. The anger of the Supreme God was directed at him. The killing of the Star Spirit Messenger was also aimed at him. Long Fei even had a feeling that the Supreme God was sure that the holy token question of God was taken by him. Why didn't he make a move on himself? Long Fei couldn't understand. What does he want from me? Long Fei asked himself. There must be something that he wants, and it's extremely important. =half float hashtag life what was it? At first, Long Fei did not dare to be sure, but, following Supreme God's fury, his body faintly glowed with a golden light, and his name also changed from white to yellow. Obviously, this was a sign of the boss's mutation. Fourth. In the game, the monster with the white name was a peaceful monster. If you didn't hit it, it wouldn't hit you. The yellow name was a little angry. Once it became a red name, it would initiate an attack. At the beginning, the name on top of Supreme God's head was white, but now it had turned yellow, and if the time was right, it would turn red. This was a boss mutation. At that time, he would take the initiative to attack Long Fei. At that time, it would be an earth-shattering attack. Long Fei saw it very clearly. There must be a reason why the Supreme God did not attack him. As for the reason, he could not think of it right now. One thing he could be sure of was that Supreme God would not touch him right now. Even if they knew that he had taken the holy token question of God, they would not do anything to him. If that was the case, Long Fei took a step forward to Supreme God's side and said, "Supreme God, I have a small present for you. You should like it." Long Fei took out the Gu Wuji's secret order from his bosom and handed it over. Supreme God opened the envelope and took a look at it. His brows tightened as he saw the letter burn on its own. "Send them off from Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Zhang Tianai, continue the test. Also, pay close attention to the movements of the giant demons in the west. Train a group of elite disciples for me as soon as possible." Finished. Supreme God's figure blurred and instantly disappeared. Inside the hall, the elders got up from the ground with pale faces. Everyone was wondering what exactly was written on that letter. Long Fei thought in his heart, "Senior EE, I hope I can help you." Boom! At the edge of outer space palace, this was the rear of the heavenly, which was also the forbidden area of the outer space palace. This was the Grand Elder's training forbidden area. Disciple has something important to report. Outside the forbidden grounds, Supreme God knelt on the ground. The gate to the forbidden area opened and an ancient voice came out. Come in. Supreme God walked in respectfully and looked at a huge array. There was an old man in white robes within the array. The old man looked like a saint who had entered the immortal realm. Greetings, Master. Supreme God kneeled on the ground once again. The white-haired elder's eyes opened wide. What is it? Supreme God said. Master, someone from Long family has entered the immortal domain. The white-haired old man said slightly. I already know about this. I sensed it when his dragon Salyer power exploded. Level 3 dragon Salyer, it has no power at all. The blood vein does not have the slightest bit of dragon god power. To the powerhouses who disappeared from the Long family, it is just like a useless ant. Has Long family already fallen to such a state? The old man's eyes were filled with disdain. Supreme God said lightly, Master, I have met him in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals, but he was calm and steady at the age of 20. His cultivation is only at the spiritual levy 6, but he is able to withstand the might of the golden immortal rank elder's attack, and is also heavily injuring his opponent. I can sense the power of the Tao Dragon's pressure in his body. Master, I feel that there's some kind of secret behind his back, which might be related to the dragon domain that disappeared, Supreme God slowly said. At this moment, when the white-haired old man heard about the dragon's suppression and the vanished dragon's domain, his eyes flashed with a sharp light. Are you saying that that kid can find the dragon's domain and the dragon's clan? The disappearance of the dragon race was the biggest mystery of the Tianwu continent. The Long family's calamity was also a mystery. These two things had to be related. The old men did not care. What he cared about was the powerful treasures the dragon race had brought from the other realms, the powerful holy artifact S, and the immortals' secret technique. It was a divine ability comparable to the heavens. This was what he wanted. The dragon blood activation in his body is 0, but it can release the pressure of a dragon. Adding that to the dragon god's saber chi in the dragon Salyer, if he was not a disciple of the Long family, he would not be able to use the dragon god's saber chi. If he was not a person selected by the dragon clan, the dragon god's saber chi and dragon's pressure cannot be used by him. Master, although we haven't verified it yet, I'm sure he's also looking for the dragon race in the dragon domain. Just like Long Zhanting in the past. The white-haired old man frowned and said, Long Zhanting. Back then, we were too anxious. Otherwise, we would have already obtained the secret treasures of the dragon clan. Supreme God said, It's that bastard Long Zhanting who doesn't know how to appreciate favors. The white-haired old man said, Let's not talk about this anymore. Since you are certain that this boy is looking for the dragon domain, then keep an eye on him. The secret treasure of the dragon race is my hope for ascension. You must find it for me. Supreme God immediately said, This disciple will definitely do his best. The white-haired elder said, Go. Supreme God got up and wanted to leave, but he turned around and said, Master, Gu Wuji has ordered the Star Spirit Messenger to take action on his own accord. Only I know about this matter right now. He did not speak of the matter of Long Fei giving him a secret order. Because the less people know, the better. The white-haired elder let out a long breath and said, This child Limitless is always in a hurry to gain benefits. He always wants to become the Supreme God, but his talent cannot be broken through. This was the secret of the Heavenly Hall of Immortals. The white-haired old man was Gu Wuji's grandfather. Only the Supreme God knew about this. The white-haired elder said, Then let's forget about this matter. Supreme God immediately replied, Disciple understands. After the Supreme God had retreated, the white-haired old man looked towards the sky and said excitedly, Dragon Race's secret treasure, I will definitely get you, I definitely will. This is my last hope. His lifespan was almost up. If he couldn't break through, he would die of old age. On the way back to the God Emperor Academy, Qiu Wandao could not understand and asked, "Why would the Supreme God let us leave?" He could also feel the anger that erupted from the Supreme God. Long Fei looked at Qiu Wandao and said, "Old Qiu, is there something you're hiding from me?" Qiu Wandao stared blankly for a moment and said, "What have I hidden from you?" "Nope." Zhang Tianai said, "Both of you stop suspecting each other. Senior brother, from today onwards, you will not be allowed to interfere with God Emperor Academy's matters. If you disturb me again, I will drive you out of God Emperor Academy." Long Fei. If you pass the examination, then you are a student of the God Emperor Academy. If you fail, then return to your South Horizon region and never come to the Immortal Domain again. There's more. You are not allowed to divulge anything that has happened in the Heavenly Hall of Immortals today. Zhang Tianai was afraid of these two madmen. Supreme God was furious. The consequences were unimaginable. Long Fei looked up at the Heavenly Hall of Immortals and thought to himself, "The next time I come, I'll blow up all the bosses here. The Supreme God boss is waiting for brother." This mutated boss would definitely explode, and Long Fei wanted to know what exactly was hidden in the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Right. There's something important going on. Long Fei suddenly looked at Qiu Wandao. Zhang Tianai asked, "What is it?" Long Fei laughed. "Old Qiu, it seems that I have passed the God Emperor Academy's examination. You have to be my follower, right?" 8 black lines hung from Qiu Wandao's forehead, making him unable to say a single word. In the distance, at the peak of an enormous mountain, a young girl stood at the edge of the cliff, quietly looking in the direction of the outer space palace. Watching Long Fei leave the outer space palace, the corner of her mouth slightly raised. "Interesting, I want to enter the God Emperor Academy too." The 5th chapter was sent over. I specially informed everyone that there would be a lot of things happening tomorrow at the little girl's full moon. If the updates are not accurate or if there is less, don't worry, everyone will be able to make up for it by the end of the ocean. Thank you for your support. 8_8419/2357055. At the examination hall at the foot of God Emperor Academy. At the examination hall at the foot of God Emperor Academy. The crowd was in an uproar. "Are we really going to kill him? That's impossible, he's an elder of the sky-separating clan. I heard he's even Pan Xing's blood uncle. Do you really want to kill him?" The announcement said that it was written very clearly. It said that he violated the law by favoring others for his own good, and must be severely punished. Didn't they say that he lost his holy token question of God? Why isn't it written in the announcement? Who knows? He probably came back. When Zhang Tianai returned to the God Emperor Academy, he immediately spread the news of the students' violent punishment, but the announcement did not mention anything about the holy token question of God. The holy token question of God losing would harm the reputation of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. This kind of thing naturally could not be spread out. The effect was not good. The key thing was that the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals did not want to escalate this matter. "Bring him up here." Zhang Tianai shouted loudly. He personally executed the punishment. The few elders around him turned ashen. "Headmaster, do you really want to kill him? He is the Pan clan elder. If we kill him, Sky-separating clan will definitely not let this matter rest. How about—" Not waiting for him to finish, Zhang Tianai slightly said, "This is what the higher-ups said. Supreme God has spoken. Do you dare to disobey?" He would use the Heavenly Hall of Immortals to crush all the elders. The faces of those elders darkened. They didn't dare to make a sound. Although the Sky-separating clan was strong and another demon slayer had appeared, it was not enough to contend with the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. Pan Hu said angrily in an aggressive manner. Zhang Tianai, if you dare touch a single hair on my head, the Pan clan will not let you go, and the young master will not let you go either. You better be sensible and let me go, otherwise you won't be able to bear the consequences. Very arrogant. At this point, he was still not afraid. Because he thought that no one would dare to touch him because he was a member of the Pan clan and Pan Xing's blood uncle. Who would dare to touch him? Zhang Tianai slightly said. Pan Hu, the reason why you are causing today's chaos was because of you. This is the first time in the history of God Emperor Academy, so the faults you have committed must be borne by you. Pan Hu bellowed. Zhang Tianai, you dare? Today's matter was obviously caused by that bastard Long family. Are you blind? It was this kid who instigated it. If I didn't suppress it, the outcome would be even worse than it is now. Long Fei stood at the side and watched as Pan Hu was pressed onto the stage. He let out a cold laugh and said. Pan Hu raged and roared. Little bastard, all of this is because of you. Don't worry, the entire Pan family will definitely not let you off, even the young master will not let you off. Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and said, If you have the guts, come at me. I've never been afraid of anyone in my life. Never been afraid. So what if it was Pan Xing? Moreover, most importantly, Gravity Troll had already broken through the 800 shackles. His strength could be said to be extremely strong. With such a bodyguard, even warriors below the Yuan Xian realm would not need to worry. One at a time, a pair of them would kill each other. Zhang Tianai glared at Long Fei. He felt that Long Fei was too young to be arrogant. No matter who it was, they would all be so arrogant in front of him. And then, Zhang Tianai shouted out, Execute the punishment! Plop! Zhang Tianai was smashed to the ground and knelt down. At this time, he finally became afraid and shouted, Zhang Tianai, you can't kill me, I am the blood uncle of the #1 demon slayer, and an elder of the Pan family. You can't kill me, I want to see the elder of the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. I want to. Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Zhang Tianai said in a cold voice, Kill! Crack! The executioner's blade cut through the air and slashed down. Ah! Pan Hu screamed out, his eyes flipped and a head flew down, fresh blood spurting out onto the ground. Zhang Tianai stepped forward and said, This assessment is not fair. I would like to represent God Emperor Academy to apologize to everyone. Other than Pan Hu being punished, all of Sky Separating Clan's disciples' assessment results are invalid. If you fail to pass the examination, you are not allowed to enter the God Emperor Academy. Tomorrow, the third round of the examination will begin. Zhang Tianai slowly said. He had to re-establish the notarial nature of the God Emperor Academy. After killing Pan Hu, every single examinee in the courtyard was stunned. They never thought that they would actually kill Pan Hu, and their blood boiled. Because God Emperor Academy was truly different. Since the 100 disciples of Sky Separating Clan had been cancelled, they were even more excited. God Emperor Academy is just not the same. This is the real God Emperor Academy. As expected of the #1 academy in the Tianwu continent, they are truly extraordinary. Not this year. Next year I will definitely enter the God Emperor Academy. Every disciple was in an uproar. This was because Zhang Tianai's upright and unscrupulous action made their hearts burn. Zhang Tianai was different from Qiu Wandao. He was an expert in management, knew how to salvage the reputation of God Emperor Academy. He also knew what these examinees wanted, and he could make these examinees admire him even more if he were to kill Pan Hu. The punishment given to Pan clan disciples made them even more excited. The God Emperor Academy had an unshakable place in their hearts. However, Zhang Tianai had to thank someone in his heart, Long Fei. It was because Long Fei had proposed to the Supreme God that he kill Pan Hu and abolish the Sky Separating Clan's examination results. If it was him, he definitely wouldn't dare to say such words. Right now, the Pan clan was different. Killing an elder from the Pan clan was an extraordinary matter. The key point was Pan Xing was just the vanguard, there were even more powerful forces lurking in the shadows. Long Fei. Kid, you're really different. Zhang Tianai looked at Long Fei, who was in the middle of the crowd, and his heart secretly tensed up. Long family? The Pan family? The Heavenly Hall of Immortals? And it's the Song family from the Dark Domain. It's even those reclusive ancient family in the Tianwu continent. I'm afraid all of them are ready to make a move now? Zhang Tianye's heart also started to boil. With the opening of the Great Era, the Sky Martial continent will definitely cause a great storm. Who can control the floating? Millions of years ago, the Long family ruled once. What about now? Long Fei, can you do it by yourself? Zhang Tianai became a little excited as he looked up into the sky and muttered, "It's so good to be young. If I were a few dozen years younger, I would have definitely flipped the world upside down in this storm." At this moment, Qiu Wandao had walked up to him at some point in time, stood by his side and said, "Junior brother, you're also boiling, right?" Zhang Tianai looked at Qiu Wandao with a sinister look in his eyes and said slightly, "Senior brother, what exactly is your relationship with the Long family? Why did you have to go all out to protect this brat?" Qiu Wandao smiled slightly and did not answer, but said instead, "Junior brother, who can rule the universe in this storm? I bet on this kid." In the backyard of the Fengyuan Merchant Union. In the backyard of the Fengyuan Merchant Union, the business was as bleak as ever. Moreover, today was an assessment for Long Fei and the others, but also an even harsher choice for him. The Pan family and the Nine Business Union had joined hands. Nine Business Union was on the verge of death in the previous auction, and he could not hold on much longer, but now, they were alive again, because the Pan family had allied them. The Nine Business Union had all hung the name of the Pan Family Merchant Union. The Nine Business Union, who originally had no business, now had business again and was even more powerful than before. On the other hand, the Fengyuan Merchant Union had become incomparably cold and cheerless. Pan Xing's words were still affecting the people within the God Emperor city. In the backyard, a faint smile hung on Fu Shishan's face as he asked, "How is today's assessment going?" Man Tuoluo said, "We have all passed, I just don't know if Xiao Ying's grade will pass or not. Took her 5 minutes too long." Xiao Ying chuckled and said, "Miss, don't worry about me, if I don't go through with it, I will stay here and help sister Yun Shan manage her business, hee. She had always been a cheerful girl and would not be depressed by a loss. Long Fei looked at Fu Shishan and asked, "Sis, is business still as bad as usual?" Fu Shishan laughed and said, "Business is like this, there are times when things are good but there are also times when things are bad. You don't have to worry, I will think of a way to solve this." She did not mention the matter of the Pan clan allying with the Nine Business Union. Long Fei had already helped him a lot and even gave him 5 immortal crystals. Other than that, there was one more thing that Long Fei did not know. The Pan Family Merchant Union had copied the Long Yang pill that Long Fei refined. Also, she had received news that the Pan clan was truly researching the alloy armor S and impressionable heavens made by Long Fei. If these two things were to be copied out again, it was likely the Fengyuan Merchant Union was about to be pushed out of God Emperor City. When the Pan clan had advanced into the God Emperor City, they had already grasped everything about the Fengyuan Merchant Union. They were well prepared this time. Just as Pan Xing had said, if anyone dared to have anything to do with Long Fei, they would be squashed to death. Fatty Chin bit down on his chicken leg and said, "Big sister, let me advertise for you tomorrow and show some people to support you. I really don't know what they are thinking. Who can endure such delicious food?" Long Fei said, "Sis, I am not too clear about the matters regarding the business. If you need any help, feel free to tell me." While they were talking, Long Fei took out the immortal crystals he got from the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals from his bosom. I still have 10 immortal crystals, take them first. Everyone in the courtyard was dumbfounded. The flowing heavens spirit, the smoke thunder, and the hidden elder Feng were all stunned. 1 immortal crystal was 100,000 fairy stones. 10 immortal crystals was equivalent to 1,000,000 fairy stones. What kind of concept was that? A tycoon. Fu Xishan said in shock. Where did you get so many immortal crystals? You gave 5 in the morning and 10 in the evening. What do you want? You want to support me? She was very touched. However, the immortal crystal contained a very strong power. To any martial artist, it was an extremely valuable resource for their cultivation. She could not create trouble for Long Fei. Long Fei laughed. Sis, I'll eat yours and use yours. Obviously, you're the one who is supporting me, I'm just paying the fees. Continue to support me in the future. Finished. Long Fei didn't care that much as he directly stuffed 10 immortal crystals into Fu Xishan's hands and said, Sis, you don't have to be so courteous to me. That was probably all he could do. However, didn't care about 10 immortal crystals, but someone's heart ached. Yan Huang ancestor was depressed. Brat, I finally know what liver pain is now, it's liver pain now, and it's so painful that it's trembling. Those are 10 immortal crystals. Do you know what rank I can raise the Een soldiers in the Yellow Springs summoning seal to? You could have broken through at least the 3rd level, but you gave it to someone without even blinking your eyes. Even though his heart ached, the royal elder didn't stop him. Long Fei said in his heart, let alone 10, even if it's 100 or 1,000, as long as she wants it, I will do my best to get it for her. My grandfather's life is more important than 10,000 immortal crystals. She was the one who saved my grandfather. I, Long Fei, will remember this favor and will never forget it. 3 continued life pills gave him time to go to the great desolate mountain ranges to find the dragon blood of ice and fire and to save his grandfather's life. If not for Fu Xishan, his grandfather would no longer be living in this world. Other than that, Fu Xishan had always been helping him, but even after he had entered the God Emperor city, he still helped him without a care. He is a grateful man. You're good to me and I'll be better to you. Long Fei was just like that. Fu Xishan was extremely grateful. She really needed money now, she needed money to circulate and save the whole Fengyuan Merchant Union. With these 15 immortal crystals, it was like eating a pill to calm her heart. I will definitely make the Fengyuan Merchant Union rise again. Fu Xishan looked at Long Fei and teased. From today onwards, Big Sis is your person. That's not right. Don't think of me as a human, I don't care what you do. Fu Xishan's face was filled with enticement, her alluring eyes could make one go crazy, she did not know how to repay Long Fei. If Long Fei nodded, she would really offer her life. Her body was perhaps the only thing that she could give to Long Fei. Long Fei's face reddened and said, Sis, don't be like this. You're being shy. Fu Xishan laughed and said, Alright, Big Sis will not tease you anymore, you guys eat first, I will go to the kitchen and add 2 more dishes. Long Fei said, Sis, don't trouble yourself, it's enough to eat. Fu Xishan walked out and said, Anyway, they have nothing to do, let them cook a few more dishes. She did not look back. She did not dare to, because at this moment, tears were streaming down her face. In another place, the Pan clan's secret stronghold. What did you say? Pan who was killed? Who would have the guts to do so? In the hall, an old man in his 50s, who was glaring at him, was sitting on a high seat. The aura around him was extremely violent, causing the space around him to distort. Pan Ju replied, Great Elder, it's God Emperor Academy's principal, Zhang Tianai. However, I received news from the Tong Tian Hall of Immortals. The culprit behind this was that brat, Long family. He was the one who proposed to punish Elder Pan who. Great clan elder, this Long family brat is too arrogant. Pan Zhan squinted his eyes and asked coldly, "Is that the brat called Long Fei?" Zhang Ju said, "That's him." A cold glint flashed in Pan Zhan's eyes and he said coldly, "Long Fei, right? Let's just wait for the Pan clan to explode, we'll just wait for our deaths." Chapter 28_8419/2357057. The night passed in silence. The night passed in silence. Early morning the next day, waves of shocked voices came from the God Emperor Academy's academy. Boom! Another one came out. It was too fast. This speed is too fast. Today's event is being conducted under the supervision of the headmaster. It's impossible for any cases of cheating to occur again. However, why are these disciples completely different from yesterday's cases? He's 100 disciples of the Sky Separating Clan anyway. The 100 disciples of the Sky Separating Clan were all changed. None of them was the same as yesterday. Most importantly, their cultivation, strength, and talent were all several levels above the disciples from yesterday. It's so lively. What happened? Chen Tianfei jumped around in place a few times, wanting to see what exactly was happening within the crowd. At this time, a disciple at the side spoke out, "The 100 disciples of Sky Separating Clan are truly taking the examination." Huh! Fatty Chen was stunned. So early? Then what are their results? The disciple replied, "Just like yesterday, the only difference is that the second stage is a bit different." Same as yesterday? Chen Tianfei was shocked and said, "That's impossible, right? Yesterday their results were in the top 100. It's impossible for them with their strength." The person said, "Today's group is different from yesterday's group." Walala! Walala! The crowd at the front exploded with noise. 2 seconds. Breaking the record. When his voice fell, all the disciples in the examination hall were stunned. In the beginning, there were still many who mocked Sky Separating Clan for his ability to cheat, but no one dared to say so now. It had completely changed. Compared to the previous day's disciples, today's Pan clan disciples were much more powerful. Zhang Tianai was also shocked. This is the true strength of the Pan family? 100 disciples were changed overnight, and whether it was in terms of talent or cultivation level, they were all above those disciples from yesterday. These people have a strong killing intent on them. Pan Sure, 3 seconds. Walala! Another wave of shocked voices rang out. At this time, with the fatty leading the way, Long Fei and the others also squeezed to the front. The moment Long Fei appeared, several tens of cold gazes stared at him. One of the Pan clan disciples directly walked to Long Fei's side and stared at him coldly. "You're called Long Fei?" Long Fei looked at him and said, "Yes." That person sneered and said, "It's good that you admit to it. After this, you will suffer the crushing pressure from my Pan clan. You can enjoy it slowly." At this time, the statistical elder shouted loudly, "Next, Pan Xian." The mouth of the person who was talking to Long Fei twitched, revealing a cold smile, and said complacently, "Long Fei, look clearly, watch how I stomp you down." After he finished speaking, Pan Xian fiercely turned around and rushed into the demon beast space. Drip. After a second passed, the spatial exit twisted and Pan Xian walked out from the demon beast space. 1 second? The statistical elder was stunned, his brain unable to react. This was because it was too fast. The entire audience was in an uproar as they were all boiling with excitement. Yesterday, the Sky Separating Clan cheated, they hated him greatly, but today, the Sky Separating Clan was incomparably powerful, which made them admire him in their hearts. Everyone began to applaud automatically. As expected of the Sky Separating Clan. This speed has completely suppressed everyone. Yesterday that was completely beaten up. 3 seconds and 1 second are not the same thing. It seems like the Sky Separating Clan is serious. Not just them. Chen Tianfei's eyes also shook and could not help but say, It's too fast, so strong. Long Fei's mind was also slightly shaken, and she said, he is indeed strong. No matter what level of demon beast he killed, being able to do this in a second meant that he was extremely strong. Furthermore, the reason Long Fei was able to kill the level 6 demon beast within 3 seconds was not because of his own strength, but because of the gravity troll's strength. There was no doubt that the Pan Xian in front of him was very strong. Pan Xian's face was filled with pride. He walked to Long Fei's side with a disdainful look in his eyes and coldly sneered, 3 seconds is very powerful? So weak. Seeing that Long Fei did not speak, Pan Xian slightly leaned forward and said slightly, Kid, this is just the beginning. Just wait for the Pan family to attack you. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. Pan Xian laughed out loud, looked at Long Fei, then Chen Tianfei, Man Tuoyo and Xiaoying, laughed coldly and said, all of you wait slowly. The Pan family retaliated. The sky-separating clan retaliated. The fact that Pan who had been killed and the disciples of the sky-separating clan had their scores cancelled made the sky-separating clan extremely unhappy. Now, they wanted to counterattack, wanted Long Fei to have the ability to resist completely, to use his strongest strength to madly crush Long Fei and everything around him, other than Long Fei and the others. Fu Xishan's Fengyuan Merchant Union had also suffered a crushing defeat. Pan Xian laughed proudly, Long family? Get ready to eat shit for me. Ha ha ha. Finished speaking, he turned around and left in big strides. F***ck. Fatty Chern immediately scolded, and just as he was about to go up and fight with Pan Xian, he was pulled back by Long Fei and said slightly, you are not his opponent. Chen Tianfei said, Boss, this guy is too arrogant. Xiao Ying also said with an angry look on his face, I can't tolerate it either. Long Fei said, today's sky-separating clan is a little different from yesterday's. Today, these people should be the Pan clan's elite disciples. These people had very strong cultivation bases. Their cultivation realms weren't high, but their power was solid and their bodies were filled with explosive power. Moreover, the sky-separating clan had been secluded for 1,000,000 years, so they were definitely well prepared when they appeared this time. Long Fei secretly thought in his heart, he's much stronger than I imagined. Chen Tianfei said, who cares what elite disciples he is, we will still beat him up. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, don't worry, this is just the second round, there's still the third round. Moreover, you can't fight in the process of the assessment or you'll lose your qualifications. Chen Tianfei said anxiously, then why don't we just let them ride on our heads and ride on their horses forever? Long Fei's mouth curved up and said, do you think that's possible? Man Tuoyo looked at Long Fei and asked, young Master Long, what plans do you have? Long Fei said, ranking tournament, all of you release as much of your power as you want. The assessment today would be much stricter than yesterday. Zhang Ti and I would definitely enforce the law impartially in front of so many disciples, and he would absolutely not be biased. It was the same for Long Fei. Thus, no matter how angry they were, they couldn't make a move. The moment they did, the Pan clan would catch hold of their weakness. Baidu search. Half afloat, all he had to do now was wait. Waiting for a chance to make a move. Newbie Disciple Ranking Tournament. Long Fei coldly spoke in his heart. The crazy counterattack, right? I will kill you in the cradle. Chapter 38_8419/2357058. The next second, his expression twisted into an expression of extreme pain. At the third second, Putong. He fell to his knees and kowtowed continuously, his face pale. It was also at this time. The statistical elder faintly said, failure. Pull him out. He was not shocked at all. After seeing too much, he felt that it was too ordinary. The surrounding examinees did not react at all. They had no idea what was going on. Why did he suddenly kneel down and suddenly fail? Zhang Tianai exhaled and said, My Tao heart is not firm, my mind is not pure. The path of the martial arts training is to defy the heavens and change fate. If you guys can even defy the will of the martial arts, how will you break through the shackles and go against the heavens? The disciple that was dragged out suddenly recovered when he left the small purple bamboo path. With a pale face he said, Give me one more chance, give me one more chance. I can definitely do it. Zhang Tianai shouted lightly, A failure is a failure. The world you resided in earlier failed and died, there was no second chance. The disciple's body sank, his eyes filled with regret. The surrounding disciples began discussing, What happened? It's only been 3 seconds, but why do I feel like it's been 30 years? What did he see? That disciple's expression was downcast, as if he had lost everything in his life. He slowly walked out with a lonely back. The second disciple walked forward. On the 5th step, he too knelt down. 2 elders dragged him out. 3rd place. 4th place. Over 30 disciples in a row could not even walk 100 steps. Some were insane, some were sweating like rain, and some were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. All of the various forms of life were displayed on this small path. The more they looked at the disciples, the more scared they became. What kind of path was this? I don't understand. Confusion. It made people panic. Next, Panshur. Once he said that, Panshur laughed coldly. He took a step forward, and unlike the others, after taking his first step, his speed suddenly increased, as though he was flying, and in a short moment, he broke through the 100m mark. It was very sharp. Everyone was shocked. So fast. So it could be this way. What is this called? The Pan clan is indeed extraordinary. Ha ha. Too powerful. The statistical elder glanced at Zhang Tianai. He didn't say that he passed in a hurry. Zhang Tianai frowned, his eyes looking towards the darkness. He clenched his fists and nodded at the elder. The elder announced, Pass. Panshur turned around and looked at the small path as he let out a disdainful sneer. TSK, what bullshit is this? Zhang Tianai looked at Panshur. Looks like the Pan clan elders have seen this path clearly, but, is this really good? You don't even dare to examine a disciple's Tao heart? No doubt about it. The Pan family elders had already broken through this small path. Soon after, the second member of the Pan clan walked up. Just like Panshur, they too flew over at lightning speed, and in less than a second they were extremely fast. Another one passed. So powerful. Sky-separating clan is truly worthy of being an ancient family, you're awesome. The crowd burst into cheers. The faces of the disciples from the Pan clan were also filled with pride. In the next few minutes, the disciples of the Pan clan moved as fast as they could. All of them instantly rushed over and passed the test. All 100 disciples of the Sky-separating clan passed. It caused a huge commotion. However, Zhang Tianya's expression was very gloomy. He sighed in his heart and did not say a word. http:// The first 2 tests were to test your ability to respond and to display your strength. The third test was the key. Not only could it test your heart of martial arts, it could also help you improve. All of Sky-separating clan's disciples had missed it. They were proud of themselves, but they had missed a chance to improve themselves. Next, Chen Tianfei. Chapter 48_8419/2357059. As soon as his voice faded. As soon as his voice faded. Fatty Chen's expression became excited as he said, It's finally my turn. Long Fei patted his shoulder and said, Don't run, walk towards him step by step. Chen Tianfei was startled for a moment, then said, I know. No matter what Long Fei says, he will do it. There was no need for him to think any further, because Long Fei was his boss. so he would definitely do everything he could to accomplish what his boss had instructed him to do. Although he didn't know why Long Fei wouldn't let him fly over, he definitely had a motive. Buzz! Fatty Chun took a step onto the small path. His body suddenly sank and swayed, almost falling to the ground. Ha ha! Ha ha! Even this fat pig wants to pass? Why doesn't he look like a Pan Clan disciple? Are you stupid? Have you ever seen a flying pig? And it's a pig that weighs a few hundred gene. Ha ha! Many people in the crowd burst out in laughter. Xiao Ying was in a bad mood, staring at the people. He wanted to go up and beat them up. Long Fei did not pay attention to the ridiculing around him. Instead, he stared at Chun Tianfei and thought to himself, "Go and find your path, Fatty." Fatty Chun was in a world where the whole world was laughing at him. Why would the Chun family have such a trash like you? It was you who killed your grandfather, you fat pig, you trash. How do you even have the face to live in this world? Why don't you go and die? He was in a world filled with illusions. When he was in this world, it was exactly the same as the real world. Fatty Chun had such a difficult time, but when he saw his grandfather's illusions, his tears flowed unceasingly. It was a hard journey. However, he was able to walk with ease. He roared in his heart, "I, Chun Tianfei, will definitely shock you all. I will definitely do it." F. Following his furious roar, the holy armor fairy vein in his body suddenly exploded. Boom! 4th level break. The power of the divine armor protected the entire body, crushing all of the surrounding illusions. His heart of martial arts also began to condense. His world also changed as powerful attacks erupted again and again. Fatty Chun stubbornly resisted the attacks as he howled, "Come, come, all of you come at me. My Tao. The Tao of defense. Path of divine armor. Bring it on." Ah! Fatty Chun exploded. With every step he took, his heart of martial arts became firmer and firmer. 10 minutes passed. Fatty Chun's body lightened up and he trembled, almost falling down. The moment he opened his eyes, he found himself at the other end of the path. He turned around and asked excitedly, "Boss, did I pass?" 10 minutes seemed like 10 centuries to him, too long, too long. Long Fei smiled and said, "I passed." Zhang Tianai smiled and praised him in his heart, "Good boy." That's right. The surrounding people were slightly startled as well. However, many people began to mock him. It took him 10 minutes. What a waste. Many people despised him. Other than the Pan Clan disciples, Fatty Chun was the first person to pass the examination. Furthermore, Zhang Tianai could feel the condensation of a Tao heart from him. This was a Tao heart of a guardian. Very strong. Next, Man Tuoluo. Man Tuoluo then took a firm step up the tower. Just like Fatty Chun, her mind was filled with all kinds of fantasies, all saying that she was a monster, that she was the sinner of drug race, that she should have died a long time ago. Man Tuoluo had to endure it more than Fatty Chun. It took her 20 minutes to get there. Her face was pale, her eyes glistening with tears. The moment she walked out of the alley, her heart tightened and she said with incomparable firmness, "I will definitely prove myself." Zhang Tianai smiled again, "The heart of poison, not bad." Next, Xiao Ying. Xiao Ying was startled. She did not think that she had the qualification to take the examination. Walking on the small path, her body exploded, releasing the powerful air of violence, fiercely shouting out, "Whoever dares to touch my young miss, I will fight with him. Young Master Long. Come on, come on." At one moment it was violence, at the next moment her face was flushed red. It was unknown what was going on in this lowly's mind. However, he had passed without any mishaps. When Xiao Ying thought about everything that happened in the illusion, her face immediately flushed red. She did not dare to look back at Long Fei. "So embarrassing me to death. Are these people stupid?" There are shortcuts that I have to take step by step. My brain must be full of water. Not only is my cultivation inferior to the sky-separating clan, my IQ is also lower, ha ha ha. The crowd did not understand. They could clearly fly over, but why not? There were no shortcuts on the way to martial arts training. The more shortcuts you take, the more you lose. Next, Long Fei. Zhang Tianya's mind became tense and thought, Long Fei, what Tao heart can you condense? That year, Long Zhanting was able to condense an invincible Tao heart. What about you? In this 1,000,000 years of time, you are the second person in the entire Long family to have reached this point. He was looking forward to it, because the people of the Long family were all too mysterious. There would always be unimaginable miracles. Zhang Tianyi was looking at Long Fei, while the Pan clan elder, who was hiding in the dark, was looking at Long Fei. Secretly, Qiu Wandao and the old man in green were also looking at Long Fei. In a secret room in Outer Space Palace, Supreme God was also looking at Long Fei. Also, seated on a branch of a large tree in the distance was a mischievous girl who was also looking at Long Fei. Countless pairs of eyes were staring at him, all wanting to know what sort of Tao heart he had condensed. Could he walk down this path? Standing at the side of the small path, Long Fei faintly exhaled, and silently thought in his heart, Golden Dragon Master, all of your energy should be withdrawn. I'm going to walk over there on my own. He withdrew the Golden Dragon's power. The Yen Huang ancestor slightly said, Boy, this small path is one of the top 10 holy artifacts in God Emperor Academy. It can help warriors form their Tao heart, but the most important thing is to strengthen their Tao heart. Others might not know, but Yen Huang ancestor knew it very well. The violet bamboo path had been forged by a major power. The violet bamboo had allowed a martial artist to form their Tao heart. The disciples of the Pan clan had also missed this opportunity. Long Fei made up his mind, nodded, and said, I understand. My Tao. 3,000 great Taos, countless small Taos. What kind of Taos do I have? Long Fei himself also wanted to know. And then, Long Fei took a step forward, and in that instant, the color of the sky changed, and the sky began to crack. Blood flowed like a river, and corpses littered the fields. The place he was in wasn't some taunting illusion, but rather an incomparably large battlefield, a battlefield filled with corpses. Boom! With a boom, the 1,000,000-strong army on the distant mountain slope rushed towards Xiang Longfei, looking extremely ferocious and terrifying. Long Fei was so frightened that his body slightly trembled. Lifting his right leg slightly, he wanted to retreat, but his right leg suddenly stopped in midair. Long Fei's heart sank. People from the Long family never retreat. Bam! At this moment, Long Fei's mind suddenly opened. As he took a step forward, Long Fei's eyes narrowed. With incomparable resolution, he said, crouching corpses into 1,000,000 and blood flowing like rivers. Along the way, all the way I've gone berserk. 36O search. Half floating / / equals, my Tao. Path of Killing. Chapter 5. Thank you for your support of the 50 votes for The Old City is Not Warm for Youngsters, thank you. It was 9 o'clock in the morning and the ocean had been updated earlier than usual. Thank you for your support. 8_8419/2357060. The system had merged together, and along the way, all of Long Fei's paths were filled with killing intent. The system had merged together, and along the way, all of Long Fei's paths were filled with killing intent. Kill those who deserve to be killed. To slaughter and leveled up demon beast. After he entered the illusory realm, where millions of corpses were buried and blood flowed like rivers, Long Fei suddenly realized that his way was the way to kill. Therefore, when facing this 1,000,000-strong army, Long Fei was very calm. His gaze turned sinister as he roared out in a heavy tone, Dragon Salyer, come. Buzz! The Dragon Salyer let out a hum as it landed heavily in Long Fei's hands. Kill! Without waiting for the huge army of 1,000,000 to descend, Long Fei rushed forward. Unparalleled level 5, open! Boom! After unleashing 32 folds of elemental power, Long Fei desperately rushed forward and with a heavy leap, he decapitated one of the leaders. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei, killing thought +1. Huh! Long Fei looked at the system and muttered, "You can condense Dao Heart by killing all these? Can it increase the rate at which one's Dao Heart is condensed? Since that's the case, let's kill them all." The refining of a Dao Heart required the accumulation of time. Could not leap forward just like that. It would take several decades, 100 years of accumulation to consolidate its Dao Heart. Only then would its condensed Dao Heart become even more resolute. However, the 3,000 great Daos were different. It only existed to kill, to not stop until one was dead, to never stop killing, to never stop killing, to be able to create killing thought if there was killing. In addition, Long Fei was different from other warriors. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei, killing thought +1. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei, killing thought +1. Ding! The system continuously sounded out, Long Fei continuously killed without a care. In his world, there was only one option. The aura coming from his body is so strong. Zhang Tianya's heart tightened slightly. Feeling the aura Long Fei released, he couldn't help but become shocked, and among these auras, there wasn't any dragon's might that could be released from the heavenly hall of immortals. What kind of world is the illusory realm he is in now? I really want to know. The Violet Bamboo Path was also known as the Dao Heart Path. Anyone who entered the illusory world was different. There were people in the garden world, people in the swamp abyss, and people in the sea of flames and sabers. Zhang Tianyi wanted to know what the illusory realm Long Fei was in was. Other than him, many people wanted to know. Qiu Wandao looked at the violent aura being released from Long Fei's body. What kind of illusory realm are you in? Outer Space Palace of the Outer Space Palace also asked, what kind of Dao Heart world are you in? You haven't stepped out of it for such a long time. What kind of world are you facing? After an entire half an hour had passed, Long Fei had yet to take a single step forward. At this moment, a strange scene happened. The wounds on Long Fei's body started to appear, and blood started to gush out from the wounds. Zhang Tianyi was shocked. What's going on? Man Tuoluo immediately rushed to Zhang Tianyi's side and said, Great Principal, how could he be injured? Wasn't the illusory realm completely unrelated to the real world? How did you get hurt and bleed? Chen Tianfei followed. Great Principal, the General Assembly won't be in danger. While they were worrying, the Pan clan people started laughing out loud. Ha ha! You only took half an hour to take one step. I have to admit that the people from Long family are all trash, ha ha. What Long family? They used to be in Long family, now they're probably a dead dog family. I was wondering how strong he was, but it turns out he's just a weakling. Look at his painful expression. Taking even a single step is so difficult. He won't be able to pass the third stage. Trash is trash. The disciples of the Pan clan began to mock him. Fatty Chen was extremely displeased and wanted to get angry, but he was immediately glared back by Zhang Tianyi. His gaze swept across the place as he said slightly, Long Fei might have walked with great difficulty, but he is much stronger than any of you, because if he dares to face us, what about you? He didn't even dare to show his face, so how could he have the qualifications to mock others? Pan Xian let out a cold laugh and said, We don't need to face it, because we ourselves clearly know what kind of Dao heart we have condensed. We don't need to show it to you, and you didn't say that you couldn't fly over during the third stage of the examination, right? Pan Xian was not afraid of Zhang Tianyi. Zhang Tianyi frowned and thought in his heart, Could it be that all of Sky separating clan's disciples have condensed a Tao heart? Poochie! Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and a few wounds appeared on his body. Man Tuoluo became even more anxious and asked, "Great Principal, will he be all right?" Zhang Tianai shook his head lightly and said, "I don't know either, a situation like this has never happened before." He had never seen someone injured inside the fantasy world before. At most, it would only be a mental injury, but it was never a physical injury. He didn't understand. Elder Pan who did not understand, and neither did Qiu Wandao. Even the Supreme God did not understand. However, not far away, on top of a tree, there was a veiled young girl. Her expression was one of great shock, and she was overwhelmed with shock. Could it be that he walked the path of slaughter? Killing thought. That's impossible, right? It is impossible to condense such a Tao. Even if it is condensed, no one will be able to walk on it with determination. In the end, it will destroy the self because it cannot withstand the destructive killing intent brought by the killing Tao. As she watched the scars on Long Fei's body continuously increase, she seemed to have a sense of what kind of world Long Fei was in the illusory realm. A world of slaughter. The reason she knew about the killing path was because Dark Domain had had a few master rankers walk on it, which eventually drove her crazy. The killing thought would be swallowed, and then completely explode into pieces, because, amongst the power of the 3,000 great roads and countless small paths, the killing path was the most difficult to control. It was like an extreme path that would never stop once it started spinning. One had to constantly slaughter to satisfy it. The veiled girl stared at Long Fei. "Can you endure it?" Bang! Bam! Long Fei kept on killing, and under his feet, the number of corpses increased from 100 to 1,000, and finally, they piled up into a gigantic mountain of corpses. Standing at the peak of the mountain of corpses, he roared out loudly, "Come, come with me, all of you! Fear nothing." Blood was dripping from his body. Looking at the army that was charging towards him, he didn't stop and continued to behead them. A killing without any defense. His body was currently injured, as was his fleshly body. If he could not persevere on, he would die here, and his fleshly body would die as well. The Tao of Death. There was a path of death itself. Since he had taken the first step, Long Fei had no intention to retreat. Kill! An hour had passed and 10 days had passed in the illusory realm where Long Fei was in, yet he still hadn't stopped. Table of contents, 2 hours passed. 3 hours passed. For an entire month, the corpses under his feet were piled up in the sky. Standing at the peak, his eyes were bloodshot and the killing aura around him was incomparably thick. At this moment, Long Fei looked at the million killing thoughts in the system and roared out, "Killing thought, condense for me." Chapter 18_8419/2357061. Rumble! Rumble! With a huge explosion, the sky and earth changed color where Long Fei was in the illusory realm, and a streak of crimson-red lightning struck down from the sky, exploding above Long Fei's head. TL. You. Huh? Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, looked at the furious claps of thunder in the sky. His gaze turned sinister, and roared. "What's wrong? You want to stop me too?" Rumble! Another bolt of lightning struck down heavily, and exploded beside Long Fei. This time, it was even more powerful than last time. Long Fei clenched his dragon salyer and slowly stood up, his eyes staring at the sky. He said, "If anyone can stop me, I will kill. If demons can stop me, I will exterminate the demons. If they want to stop me, I will break the earth. If the heavens can stop me, I will cut the heavens." You want to stop me? I'm going to cut through this entire day. I'm going to make sure that you can't cover my eyes any longer. Long Fei's body was extremely arrogant, The aura around his body crazily ignited. At this moment, the Azure Dragon Patriarch was excited. Golden Dragon Master was excited. Blood Dragon Ancestor, Ancestor of Dark Dragon God were all excited. Because, in that instant, Long Fei seemed to have activated a little bit of the power of Yuan Long's. Fear nothing. So what if it was the heavens? So what if it was the earth? If anyone dares to stop me, I'll kill them all. Long Fei took a heavy leap forward, the dragon salure in his hand chopped down at the sky, and roared angrily, "Come! Rumble! Rumble!" The sky was enraged, and red lightning flew wildly in the sky, wreaking havoc. Long Fei retaliated crazily, the sword and blade of the dragon salure slashed down, all the energy in his body flowed into the dragon salure, and the power of the dragon salure pierced through the sky and struck down heavily. At the same time, the killing thought in Long Fei's heart was also rapidly condensing. Dragon Spirit Killer. Long Fei slashed down at the sky, a pitch-black blade energy struck out, cutting off all the scarlet lightning. At the same time, an even stronger lightning strike struck down. Ah! Long Fei roared. The more powerful he was, the crazier he became. Another hour passed. Long Fei did not stop to rest. Countless cracks appeared in the sky as he continuously slashed at the sky. Long Fei's body was also smashed into pieces by the power of thunder, his entire body covered in blood. Pain. However, Long Fei's killing thought was incomparably firm. Continue. Long Fei panted heavily, still acting arrogant. The killing thought in the system was just a little bit away from completion. Before that, he had to break through this sky-severing slash. Using the power of heaven severing also stimulated the killing thought, making it even more powerful. Ah! Long Fei roared again and attacked once more. Life is not death. When people were born, they would go crazy. He won't be able to hold on for much longer. There's blood all over my body, I can't take it anymore. What the hell is this kid doing? This is where I'm going to die. A whole 5 hours had passed and Long Fei still remained in his original position. What exactly was he experiencing? No one knew. At the same time, some people were also mocking him. Don't tell me that this fellow is trying to use this as a trick to pass the examination? Trash from the South Horizon region is simply unable to pass the assessment. You're right. In the last 1,000,000 years, the South Horizon region has been a wasteland. How could he, a trash from the South Horizon region, pass the examination? Pan Xian looked at Zhang Tianai and said, "Headmaster, with him in this state, is there still a need to continue the assessment? It's been 5 hours already, our time is very precious. How can we waste it on a piece of trash like that?" Chen Tianfei was immediately angered and shouted, "Who the F***ck are you calling a trash?" Pan Xian coldly looked at Chen Tianfei and said disdainfully, "Don't worry, the one I'm talking about isn't you. Because you're even inferior to a piece of trash." Chen Tianfei was instantly enraged and went berserk. Zhang Tianai shook him, then said to Pan Xian, "This is my problem, it's not up to you to care, I will determine whether his results pass or not." Pan Xian smirked and said, "I am only reminding you to not waste your time on a useless trash. Try one more F***king trash." Chen Tianfei was infuriated. She could say that he was fine, but she could not say that she was his boss. Pan Xian didn't even look at him because he knew Chen Tianfei didn't have the qualifications. Zhang Tianya's brows tightened. He could feel that Long Fei's life was falling crazily, and was about to collapse. "Kid! What on earth have you been through?" Zhang Tianya's heart sank. "This won't do. If this goes on, you'll definitely die inside." Long Fei's current physical body was too weak. He was already on the verge of collapsing. If he did not stop now, he might very well die here. Qiu Wandao also told Zhang Tianai via sound transmission, "Junior brother, I'm afraid Long Fei can't take it anymore." Zhang Tianai took a step forward and landed at the entrance of the purple bamboo trail. He was only a meter away from Long Fei, and looking at Long Fei, whose entire body was covered in blood, he said in a low voice, "Brat, I'm sorry." The elders of the Pan clan laughed coldly as they thought to themselves, "He is going to fail. He will never be able to form his Tao heart." Outer Space Palace's supreme god also tightened his eyebrows. Long Family's people couldn't even condense their Tao hearts successfully? Is this because of the negative activation to dragon blood? He's still too weak. Furthermore, the Long Zhanting of back then was completely incomparable. If he fails this time, he will never have the chance to condense his Tao heart again. To condense a Tao heart was a painful process. If one failed the first time and failed to condense a Tao heart into its elementary form, then it would be considered a failure. The result of failure was that one would never be able to form a Tao heart. This way, the path of cultivation would be extremely difficult, and one would be unable to break through all sorts of shackles. Failure is not cruel. The cruel thing was that if he failed, he would never have a chance. The veiled girl also sighed slightly and muttered, "The killing thought is too difficult to condense. Too much killing will only result in an even heavier punishment from the heavens. Not a single person in the Tianwu continent has succeeded in killing this path. It seems like he can't do it either." Everyone believed that Long Fei would fail, because they all knew that Long Fei's body was already at the brink of death, and if they didn't stop him, he would die. If he stopped it, then he would fail and forever lose the opportunity to condense his Tao heart. The Tao heart and life are more important? To Zhang Tianai, Long Fei's life was a little more important. Moreover, he had to ensure Long Fei's safety. Huff! Zhang Tianai exhaled and extended a hand in, saying slightly, "Long Fei, give up." At this moment, the illusory realm in which Long Fei was in complete chaos. Long Fei held onto the dragon's salure tightly and roared out, // dragon god / break for me. Rumble, rumble, rumble. With a thunderous crash, the sky split open. Broken. This slash had shattered the sky. At the same time, ding. Chapter 28_8419/2357062. The system beep rang. The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for condensing the killing thought. You have gained 100 experience points. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a special gift pack. Do you want to start? After the killing thought's refinement was successful, the black gift box in the system once again shone with a golden light. Long Fei then clicked on it. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining the legendary divine rank technique Killing God Chop. Do you wish to cultivate it? Killing God Chop? Long Fei's eyes moved, he became excited and said, "Cultivate." Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for training Killing God Chop for obtaining 100 experience points, Power of Celestial 100 points, and a special 100 points reward. Skill Path: Killing God Chop Grade, Legendary Grade Consumption, 1/ of the Power of Celestial Value Description, possesses the power of the heaven-breaking sword god. Once released, the user will be incomparable. It was an explosive cultivation technique. Long Fei looked at the Killing God Chop's description and thought to himself, this should be a high-level technique that can only be activated after fusing with the Killing Thought, right? Killing Thought. The moment Long Fei thought of breaking through the heavens, the elementary form of the Killing Thought in his body condensed and formed, and floated above his mind like a thin crystal. This is the Killing Thought? The Yen Huang ancestor suppressed his excitement and said, "Brat, this is only the prototype of the Killing Thought. If you want to strengthen the Killing Thought, you need to slaughter endless people in order to nurture the Killing Thought. This path is very difficult. It can be said to be the most difficult of the 3,000 great Daos. Yan Huang ancestor was huge, and at the same time, he was very excited. Because, once the killing thought made a breakthrough, once it entered a high state, it would become a god-killing heart. It would be an unrivaled existence even in the chaos realm. However, among the experts that he knew, there was not a single one who was able to cultivate the killing thought to the god-killing heart realm, even if there were only a few who cultivated the killing path in chaos realm. The Tao of Death. It was a combination of killing. If they killed too much, it would attract Sky Law, and at the level of flying, Sky Law would become extremely strong, and no one would be able to handle Sky Law. This was also what the Yan Huang ancestor was worried about. Long Fei said, "Since I have walked this path, I will walk this path all the way to the end. No matter what I have to face in the future, I will continue walking forward." Yan Huang ancestor said excitedly, "Persisting with your heart, do not let the killing intent control you. Killing thought is difficult, but you must firm up your resolve and trust in yourself." Long Fei replied. It was also at this time that Long Fei's illusory realm disappeared, and his body sank slightly. An intense pain welled up in his heart, making him nearly fall down from his standing position. However, Long Fei raised his right foot heavily and stepped forward. Buzz! With a buzz under his feet, he walked out. It was also at this time that Zhang Tianya's hand grabbed air, and when he saw Long Fei again, he realized that he had already walked out. Zhang Tianya's expression changed greatly. Looking at Long Fei's back figure, he suddenly felt incomparably imposing. Good boy, he couldn't have already condensed a Dao heart, right? Qiu Wandao was extremely excited. Haha. This brat must have condensed a Dao heart. I never would have thought, never thought, ha ha. Excited. Incomparable excitement. The purple bamboo path is only used to test your Dao heart, to see if it's firm and resolute. However, it is unable to condense your Dao heart. This was absolutely impossible. But for Long family, anything was possible. Outer Space Palace. Supreme God suddenly stood up and stared at Long Fei, who was steadily walking forward. His eyebrows tightened, and he muttered, "A single step to condense a Dao heart, even the ancestor cannot do it." As expected, the people from Long family are not simple. I never thought that he would be stronger than Long Zhanting. Seems like he will definitely be able to find the secret treasure of the Dragon Clan, ha ha. Supreme God suddenly laughed out loud. The secret treasure of the Dragon Clan, the secret skill of eternal life, just you wait. The closer Long Fei was to the Dragon Clan's secret treasure, the closer he got to him. According to the prophecy, only the disciples of the Long family can find the dragon domain. Long Fei, you must be the prophet's son? Supreme God's eyes were filled with incomparable anticipation. The number one secret of Sky Martial Continent, the disappearance of the Dragon Clan. The first treasure, which the Dragon Clan had brought from the other realms. Supreme God suddenly realized that they were not too far away from him. The veiled young lady was also secretly shocked. I didn't expect you to really do this. The people of Long family are really abnormal. You actually succeeded in being injured like this. What did he experience? What difficulties did he suffer in the illusory realm? I suddenly want to know. Looking at Long Fei's determined steps, she felt that Long Fei was more like an enigma, unfathomable. Long Fei was in great pain. Even though he had condensed the killing thought, his body was on the verge of collapse, and it was very uncomfortable. Every step was extremely difficult. His body was swaying, as if he was an old man in his last years. Who could possibly fall to the ground? Fatty Chen, Mantuoluo, and Xiaoying stood at the exit, looked at Long Fei and said, "Boss, just a little more, persevere. You have to hold on." Long Fei's body was covered in blood, the path he took was filled with blood, the entire pathway was filled with his blood, just like how he had walked the entire way here. It was a path that was dripping with blood. Long Fei did not use Yamaminamiya's method to absorb health point, nor did he use any other method to recover his health point. Step by step, he walked out with incomparable determination. At this moment, Pan Xian's gaze darkened, and killing intent flashed in his eyes. What kind of illusory realm did Long Fei encounter? He didn't know. What Pan Xian knew was that Long Fei was extremely weak right now. His body was on the verge of collapsing. This was an opportunity to easily kill him. Moreover, Zhang Tianai was on the other side, and as long as he made a move, no one would be able to stop him. Pan Xian looked at Pan Shi. Pan Shi's gaze tensed up as he nodded his head slightly. It was also at this moment that his body slowly approached her without a sound. At this moment, everyone's eyes were focused on Long Fei, and no one moved a muscle. If you're weak, then so be it. Take a look at how your injuries are, and then scram back to the South Horizon region. The disciples of the Pan clan started laughing at him. Many of the surrounding disciples also laughed. In their eyes, Long Fei was too foolish. He could have clearly jumped over, but he insisted on walking over step by step. Moreover, why did he hurt himself so badly? Thus, even if Long Fei's entire body was drenched in blood, not many people admired him. On the contrary, he was definitely a person who liked to flatter others, and he thought that he would get the respect of the God Emperor Academy elders just because of this. Floating life. Table of contents. No windows? A++, 10 steps. 9 steps. 8 steps. Chen Tianfei yelled out just as Long Fei took a step and said, "Boss is just a bit away." Chapter 38_8419/2357063. His steps felt like they weighed 10,000 pounds. His steps felt like they weighed 10,000 pounds. The last step, Long Fei stepped out and his body sank down. Just like the breaking through the seal, the power of the killing thought immediately surged, covering his entire body. At this moment, his killing thought's elementary form could be considered to have truly been completed. The statistical elder said excitedly, "Long Fei pass." It was also at this moment. He wasn't too shocked. On the contrary, it was just a series of sighs. If I had known, I would have used 5 hours. What's there to brag about walking for 100 meters in 5 hours? Weak. Looking at how excited they are just like country bumpkins who have never seen the world. If you have the guts, then you are the same as Pan clan disciples. You can pass through them in an instant. Look how wonderful it is to make them happy. Quite a few examinees mocked. Long Fei did not pay any attention to him, as he was too tired and his body was too heavy. The moment he stepped out, if not for Chen Tianfei supporting him, he really would have fallen to the ground and fainted. To condense one killing thought, he had to exhaust everything. In the illusory realm, it seemed as if he only had 5 hours, but he had spent an entire 50 days without stopping to sleep or sleep. Pan Xian walked out and looked at Long Fei with a disdainful expression, saying, "The people of Long family are just not the same. To actually be able to pass the examination, you're truly amazing. Seeing how amazing you are, why don't you enter the newcomer ranking tournament ahead of time?" Pan Xian laughed. Man Tuoluo said angrily, "What do you mean? The examination is not over yet. What ranking tournament?" Pan Xian stared coldly at Man Tuoluo and said, "Who do you think you are? Are you qualified to talk to me? Long Fei, do you dare? The people of Long family are not afraid of the heavens, the earth, nor anything? Are you afraid now? As long as you nod your head in front of me, Pan Xian, saying that I, Long Fei, am scared, that's fine. In any case, your Long family is currently just a trash clan in the southern domain, and has been stepped on like mud." Pan Xian laughed proudly. Chen Tianfei was furious beyond words and said, "Pan Xian, this old man will fight with you." The corner of Pan Xian's mouth drew back and said, And where did this dog come from? Are you qualified to fight with me? He. Chen Tianfei was extremely furious, staring straight at Pan Xian. He wanted to kill him. Zhang Tianai also quickly rushed over and asked, Pan Xian, what are you planning to do? Pan Xian smiled slightly and said, I don't want to do anything, I just want to see if the great trash of Long family dares to accept my challenge. Now it seems that he is just a weak person, what Long family isn't afraid of, it seems that he is only SOSO, ha ha ha. The Pan clan disciple laughed out loud. Secretly, Pan Shi was accumulating his power. Zhang Tianai said solemnly, Pan Xian, if you dare to break the rules of the God Emperor Academy again, don't blame me for being impolite. Yo. Don't blame me for being impolite. Pan Xian revealed a look of fear and said, Great Principal, do you really think you're nothing but a spring onion? Try touching me if you dare. Let's see who dies first today. Pan Xian was not the least bit afraid, because there were still the Pan clan elders and terrifying experts present. Very arrogant. Pan Xian wanted to step on Long Fei precisely that, and viciously stomp on him. Pan Xian looked at Long Fei, not daring to say a single word, and became even more proud of himself. Long family? That's more like it. You want to fight against my Pan clan just like that? Long Fei, you are too trash. I forgot. The South Horizon region is a wasteland, and everyone who came here are trash. Ha ha ha. Man Tuoyuo was furious. Chen Tianfei was angry. Xiao Ying was even more furious. However, Long Fei slightly closed his eyes, as though he did not hear anything. With a calm expression, he opened his eyes after a few seconds. His body moved as he stood up heavily and said, Pan Xian, you want to fight, right? Chen Tianfei immediately said, Boss, don't fight with him. Young Master Long, your body is too weak right now. You can't fight him. Man Tuoyuo was also worried that Long Fei would not be able to control himself. Zhang Tianai slightly said, The newbie ranking tournament will only start tomorrow, so you can reject it, Long Fei. Pan Xian laughed coldly and said arrogantly, No, I just wanted to stomp you to death, that's all. Right. You want to stomp me to death? Long Fei started laughing with a very sinister smile, like a death god. He turned around, shouted, and said, Then let's see who steps on who to death. He moved. Boom. A surge of energy surged through his body. Killing thought hummed, the killing intent on his body gushed out crazily. Pan Xian was not afraid in the slightest as he said, You dog, prepare to die. Pan Shi, who was in the dark, also made a move. However, the color of the sky changed, the earth was devoid of light, a shocking wave of energy struck down, and the dragon Salyer in Long Fei's hands chopped down, roaring in his heart, Killing God chop. Crack! There was no sign of saber energy. There were no moves. It used only endless killing intent, a killing intent that seemed capable of beheading even gods. With a shocking slash, it quietly descended. Pan Shi didn't have enough time to sneak in a sneak attack. Pan Xian also did not have time to react. Behind him, the Pan clan disciples, and even the Pan clan elders, all did not have time to react. A system notification rang out. Long Fei retracted his dragon Salyer, stared at the Pan Xian who was standing motionlessly at the place and laughed coldly. Who's going to die now? Stomp me to death? You think you are worthy of it? If Long family can stomp you once, I can stomp you twice. While they were talking, Pan Xian's eyes dimmed and his body fell to the ground heavily. His eyes were extremely wide, and he died with grievances. There was not a single wound on his body. No blood at all. However, he was going to die. Killed him instantly. Moreover, Long Fei moved his dragon Salyer, without any movement, no energy surged, only the killing intent on his body, which disappeared the moment he put away the dragon Salyer. Then, Pan Xian was killed. It was too fast. He was so fast that he couldn't even react. What had happened? Long Fei's gaze swept across them, stared at the disciples of the Pan clan, and said coldly, "Be obedient and don't act cocky in front of me. If you anger me, I will slap you so hard that your mother won't recognize you." His voice was laced with killing intent. Those Pan clan disciples were completely crushed. Just like that, just like that. Xiao Ying's face was filled with infatuation as she said, "Young Master Long, you're really too handsome. Young Master Long is mighty and domineering. Sister-in-law 1 of / health, strongest upgrade system." Chen Tianfei was also extremely excited, and said, "Boss, mighty, ha ha ha. Pan clan, how arrogant are you? How could you be so easily killed by my boss idea? Ha ha ha. Weak? You call it weak now? Sky separating clan, I'll start my bullshit clan. Ha ha ha." Chapter 48_8419/2357064. You're crazy, I'm even more crazy than you. You're crazy, I'm even more crazy than you. You want to fight? Yes. You're just giving me experience. The reason why Long Fei was silent in the beginning was because he was waiting for the fairy stone root to help him recover his power of celestial. Awesome? Arrogant? What was he smug about? One-hit kill. No matter how amazing he was still arrogant. The disciples of the Pan clan looked at each other, dumbfounded. They were all the elites of the Pan clan's vanguard team, and Pan Xian was the strongest disciple amongst the 100 of them. However, Pan Shi rushed forward and helped Pan Xian up, senior brother. The disciples of the Pan family also rushed forward, senior brother. An elder rushed out, he stared at Long Fei and shouted, "Kill my Pan clan disciple, die." The clan elder rushed forward and hacked down towards Long Fei's head. Power like a mountain came crashing down from all directions. Zhang Tianai moved, pushed with both of his palms to block the attack, and said, "This is the God Emperor Academy, not your Pan clan. If you want to make a move here, you have to ask me if I agree." Roar! Zhang Tianai was furious. He directly forced that elder to withdraw. There was a riot yesterday, but it must not happen again today. The clan elder's hands were numb, all the blood in his body was boiling. He had also retreated backward explosively, staring at Zhang Tianai. "Zhang Tianai, you want to become enemies with my Pan clan?" Zhang Tianai shouted. "Elder Pan, I am only letting you know that this is the God Emperor Academy." "Humph!" the elder shouted. "If you dare not make an enemy out of my Pan family, then move to the side. Otherwise, I'll take care of you as well." "Too arrogant." Zhang Tianai frowned and said, "Then come. Let's see how you will deal with me." He was furious. The people from the Pan family were too arrogant. The moment the qi on the elder's body moved, an even denser energy surged out. Long Fei laughed coldly. "If you want to fight, you are the one who said so. Now that you are being killed, you are just acting like this. You want to kill me? If you have the guts, come at me." Long Fei walked forward and said, "This father really isn't afraid of any Pan clan." Zhang Tianai immediately shouted, "Long Fei, retreat." Long Fei did not retreat. With things having gotten to this point, as long as the Pan family made a move against him, he would not hesitate at all. The clan elder stared at Long Fei with murderous eyes and said, "Good, good, good, rampant right? I'll let you know what it means to die." Finished. He took a step forward. At this moment, Pan Zhan walked out, lightly said, "Third brother, stop." Zhang Tianai also frowned, and said to Long Fei in a low voice, "Be careful, this person's cultivation is not below mine." The qi on Pan Zhan's body was just too thick. Moreover, was around 50 to 60 years old, but the explosive power in his body was not something to be reckoned with. Long Fei's heart tightened. Zhang Tianai was the strongest warrior in the God Emperor Academy, even he was afraid of him. So what about the cultivation level of this old man? It was hard to imagine. However, at the same time, Long Fei became excited. Looking at the golden light on Pan Zhan's body, he thought to himself, "You should be the biggest boss of the Pan clan, right? Heh heh. If it explodes, the holy artifact should be able to. The Pan clan, aren't they descendants of Pangu? If it is, can it drop a Pangu bloodline or a Pangazax?" Long Fei's brain was always crazy. When Zhang Tianai told him to be more careful, he was instead incomparably excited, just like a madman. Of course, Zhang Tianai would naturally not think about what was on Long Fei's mind. If he knew that Long Fei was planning to blow Pan Zhan up, he would definitely think that Long Fei's brain was broken. When the other disciples saw Pan Zhan, they immediately greeted him respectfully, "Great clan elder." The elder said angrily, "Big brother, Pan Xian is dead, we cannot let him go now." Pan Zhan looked at Long Fei. His eyes was like diamond eyes, staring at Long Fei. Long Fei's body faintly sank. This was not the pressure, but the aura of someone at a higher level. His eyes, in particular, were extremely terrifying. Pan Zhan glanced at Long Fei, then turned to Zhang Tianai and said, "Headmaster, you publicly killed the student of God Emperor Academy. How should this be convicted?" Zhang Tianai was startled. He did not expect Pan Zhan to suddenly ask this, and said, "The God Emperor Academy has its laws. Killing a fellow sect member is considered a crime and is punished with death. However, Pan Xian was the one who started this earlier, so this matter should be a different story." Pan Zhan looked at Zhang Tianai and laughed. "There's no need to talk about things differently, I am already very clear about this. Our Pan family will admit defeat in this matter." However, Pan Zhan looked at the cold smiles on Long Fei and Zhang Tianai's faces and said coldly, "You may not know what methods the Pan family have up their sleeves, but you will soon know." Finished. Pan Zhan turned around and shouted, "Disciples of the Pan family, listen up, leave." No one said anything. All of them quickly retreated. However, Long Fei felt an ominous premonition rising in his heart. He wasn't afraid of Pan Zhan going crazy, but he was very afraid with the dense sinister smile in his eyes. "Sister Yun Shan?" Long Fei's heart immediately tightened and he said, "Great Principal, I have some matters to attend to, so I'll be leaving first." Zhang Tianai also did not know what Pan Zhan's words meant, but when he saw that Long Fei was about to leave, he immediately said, "You're currently heavily injured so you can't leave. Today you will rest here for the day, and tomorrow will be the ranking tournament. Your current body definitely won't be able to hold on." However, Long Fei did not care and said, "I really have urgent matters. I will definitely give it my all in tomorrow's ranking tournament, and I won't disappoint you." Finished. Long Fei did not care about Zhang Tianai stopping him, and quickly ran out. Man Tuoluo and Fatty Chern also ran out. "Boss, wait for me." The three of them also caught up. Zhang Tianai looked at the distant Long Fei and muttered, "I can still protect you here, but if you leave this place, the Pan clan will not care about the consequences." He could also see the cold killing intent in Pan Zhan's eyes. He was worried that Pan Zhan would attack Long Fei. When he thought about Qiu Wandao, Zhang Tianai's heart relaxed slightly. With the protection of the senior brother, it shouldn't be easy for Pan Zhan to harm him either. "All right then." And then Pan Zhan shouted loudly, "The assessment will continue." Even though his body was extremely weak, Long Fei did not dare to stop for half a second and rushed to God's Phoenix Pavilion with his fastest speed. Fu Xishan was not present. Long Fei was incomparably anxious as he looked at the Uncle Lei in the courtyard and asked, "Where is Sister Yun Shan?" Uncle Lei looked at Long Fei's anxious expression and said, "What happened?" "Miss went out to discuss some matters." Long Fei immediately asked, "Where can we talk?" The Uncle Lei replied, "She didn't say. With Brother Feng by her side, she should be fine." At this moment, Fu Xishan walked into the courtyard, looked at Long Fei and said, "Will today's assessment be over?" Seeing Fu Shishan relax, Long Fei immediately walked forward and hugged Fu Shishan, and muttered, "It's good that you're okay, it's good that you're okay." Suddenly, Long Fei's mind suddenly exploded and thought to himself, could something have happened in the South Horizon region? Chapter 5. Thank you so much for your monthly tickets. Thank you so much for your Young Master Zhou, Young Master Wei, Rose, and so many of your brothers' monthly tickets, and thank you all at C. 8_8419/2357066. In all of God Emperor City, only Fu Shishan worried him. In all of God Emperor City, only Fu Shishan worried him. Fatty Chun, Man Tuoluo, Xiao Ying were all by his side. Also, it was Chiu Wandao. Long Fei should not have to worry about his words. Could it be that I'm overthinking it? Long Fei's heart relaxed. If it wasn't the Fengyuan Merchant Union, then who else could it be? The South Horizon region? Lang Qianli isn't back yet. Could something have really happened in the South Horizon region? Long Fei was very worried in his heart, because of the appearance of the Sky Separating Clan. If the Sky Separating Clan appeared in the Immortal Domain, then would there be a branch power organization in the South Horizon region? Long Fei could not help but ask, Ancestor, when will Lang Qianli return? Yan Huang Ancestor replied, I'm not sure either, but it should be soon. Fu Shishan looked at Long Fei's worried expression and asked, Long Fei, what's wrong? You're covered in blood, who did this to you? Long Fei smiled lightly and said, I'm fine. At this time, outside the God's Phoenix Pavilion, an old man driving the carriage looked at the God's Phoenix Pavilion and shouted, Is there anyone that is in charge? Fu Tianlong walked out, seeing the item on the old man's cart. His brows immediately tightened, and shouted, What did you give this old man? Go. It's not here. You sent it to the wrong place. The old man said, That's right, my employer told me to deliver it to the God's Phoenix Pavilion, right? He gave me a total of 10 taels of silver. Fu Tianlong asked angrily, Who's the employer? The old man replied, I didn't say his name, I only said that his surname was Pan and that he had asked a person named Long Fei to accept his goods. I don't know the specifics, I'm just a delivery man. It was unlucky to send the coffin. There were also many bystanders on the streets, all pointing at God's Phoenix Pavilion and talking about him. Offending the Pan clan definitely won't end well. The Pan Clan Merchant Union and the 9 Business Union have joined forces to take over the entire market. Who would come here to buy things now? I heard that the Pan family elders have already developed the Long Yang pill. Even the most famous steel monster in the auction is now being studied. I believe it won't be long before it appears again. The Fengyuan Merchant Union is almost finished. Fu Shishan heard the noise in front of him as he walked out of the backyard. He kept feeling that there must be something going on with the last dark and cold look in Pan Zhan's eyes. Fu Shishan walked over and asked, Uncle Sky Dragon, what happened? Fu Tianlong said, This old man sent a coffin over. He said it's for young Master Long. Fu Tianlong looked at Long Fei and whispered, Young Master Long, the employer is a member of the Pan family. The old man said, Which one of you is Long Fei? Please accept him, I still have to rush back. At this moment, a passerby cried out in alarm, There's blood under the coffin. There's someone inside. Everyone was shocked. They all looked over and saw drops of blood dripping from the coffin. The old man's legs trembled as he hurried to get down the coffin. His face was pale as he looked at the blood dripping from the coffin. I don't know anything. I'm just a delivery man. I really don't know. If I knew there was someone inside, I wouldn't have given it away. Long Fei rushed forward and opened the coffin, looking at the person inside. His face sank. Elder Zhou? The elder of God Emperor Academy's refining department, Zhou Lian. And also the first disciple Long Fei took in. In the past few days, Long Fei did not see him. The center of his eyebrows sunk, and he gritted his teeth so hard that they creaked loudly. The rage in his heart burned hotter and hotter. Jolien's face was bruised and his entire body was covered in wounds. His 10 fingers were completely broken and even his joints were shattered. Even if he was cured, he wouldn't be able to take out an iron tempering tool in this lifetime. Long Fei slowly carried Jolien out of the coffin and said to the old man, "Go back and tell your employer that this matter is not over." The old man's face was pale white as he nodded. He looked at Long Fei and asked, "Are you called Long Fei?" Long Fei looked at him, and the old man swallowed his saliva. He gathered his all as he spoke while trembling. "That man told me something. He wanted me to tell you that this is only the beginning." Cluck, cluck, cluck. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly. With a loud popping sound, he shouted, "Pan family!" Then, he quickly carried Jolien inside. Impressive. How could a steel monster be something that could be created so easily? If Long Fei had not personally given it to them, not to mention the Pan clan, even the top refining masters of the Heavenly Hall of Immortals would not be able to do it. It seems that the reason why the Inheritance family members were able to produce the steel monster so quickly was because they had captured Jolien. Other than Long Fei, Jolien was the only one who could refine steel monster. 1 hour later, Jolien's eyes slightly opened, looked at Long Fei who was beside the bed and said, "Master, Pan clan, the Pan clan is about to make a move on you, cough 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 cough." Coughing a few times, black blood gushed out from his body. Long Fei quickly said, "Old Zhou, stop talking, recuperate first." Jolien smiled slightly and said, "I'm fine, I won't die from old bones of mine. Leave the God Emperor city quickly. The Pan family is much stronger than what you can imagine, let's leave quickly." In the past few days, he had clearly witnessed the strength of the Pan family. With the accumulation of millions of years, once it emerged, it would sweep across the world. The Pan family was well prepared this time. Long Fei said slightly, "You don't have to worry about me. Old Zhou, just take care of your injuries properly." Jolien said, "Young Master Long, the Pan family is about to succeed. He's about to replicate your steel monster. There's a strong soul master in the Pan family that extracted those memories from my head. Young Master Long, I really didn't say anything, I really didn't say it." There were 2 small bloody holes in his temple. The pain of the memory being wrenched out was unbearable, worse than death. The Pan clan used all kinds of methods to make Jolien say the method to refine Heaven's shaking sword. However, he didn't say it. It would be best if he could use the mysterious soul master to directly extract his memories. Long Fei laughed. "Don't worry, I'm worried that he won't be able to copy it." The anger in his heart roared crazily. It was not because of the reproducing of might that shook the heavens, but because of the punishment they had inflicted on Jolien. In another place, "What did you say? What happened to my family? Explain it to me." After the exam ended, Zhang Tianai returned to his residence and saw an old man who looked like a servant kneeling on the ground. Tears flowed uncontrollably as he sobbed, "Dead, dead. They're all dead. Young master, big grandmother, and the madam are all dead. They've been killed by a group of masked experts." Woo woo. It was incomparably painful. Zhang Tianya's body staggered backwards continuously, and he seemed to be unsteady on his feet, and he said, "Impossible, impossible, no one knows where that place is, no one knows." Finished. His aura exploded, and he turned into a ball of light, disappearing into the horizon in the blink of an eye. He landed in a deep mountain. Once a nice little yard had been filled with the smell of a warm family, but now there was only the smell of blood and the cries of a few crows on the treetops. Blood. There was blood everywhere. There were 18 people in the family, including the servants. Apart from the old man, all of them had died. It was extremely cruel. Strongest upgrade system. Ah! Zhang Tianai howled towards the sky, the space constantly exploding, and wave after wave of the metal immortal's power charged up into the sky. Why? Ah! It was as if he had gone mad. It was 3 in the morning and her little daughter, who had just reached the full moon, had a high fever. It should be pneumonia, since Hai Yang was going to take her to the city hospital. 8_8419/2357068 God Emperor Academy, a hidden valley on the mountainside. God Emperor Academy, a hidden valley on the mountainside. Boom! Boom! Powerful energy rushed out, but it did not burst out into intense flames. Schwa! The two sounds collided and then instantly bounced off. In less than half a second, they clashed and bounced off again. In just a minute, it had already been over 100 moves. Is that all you've got? A middle-aged man looked at him with disdain and said coldly, Qiu Wandao. The strength of his body was somewhat different from the strength of Qiu Wandao's body. The immortal foundation that he fused with was in his arms, chest, back, and legs, all covered in a golden shadow. Qiu Wandao's mouth was bleeding as his face became pale. Looking at the middle-aged man in the distance, he said solemnly, the immortal foundation had reached the peak of the 9th layer. Are you a Pan-clan warrior? The middle-aged man raised his eyebrows and smiled. Not bad, to be able to tell that my immortal foundation has reached the peak of the 9th layer, and that I am from the Pan-clan. If that's the case, then you should die even more. With that, the man disappeared. Schwa. In an extremely short amount of time, he landed in front of Qiu Wandao. Both of his palms moved, and the immortal foundation on his arms exploded with a gold light, releasing a powerful force. Qiu Wandao blocked it with his hands and could only passively defend. His immortal foundation had only fused with the 8th layer, so he was far from being able to control the immortal foundation like the man did. Moreover, the higher the level of the immortal foundation, the more power it could unleash. Humph! Too weak. Both of his palms suddenly changed. The man hugged onto both of his hands, jumped up high, and then smashed down heavily onto Qiu Wandao's head. The distant azure-robed elder shouted loudly, Old man, be careful. You should worry about yourself. At this moment, another expert charged towards the azure-robed old man. Bam! Bam! With 2 loud bangs, Qiu Wandao and the old man were sent flying 100 meters away at almost the same time. His entire body was in incomparable pain. At the same time, the 2 experts of the Pan clan were floating in the air. Their eyes were as cold as ice. One of them asked, You like to meddle in other people's business? This is the end. Qiu Wandao, there are some things that you can't do anything about, understand? He spoke with disdain. Qiu Wandao crawled up with difficulty and said, There are some things that I really can't do anything about, but some things are not something that you can change. In his fury, Qiu Wandao once again released the power in his body, and with each step he went through the sky. Violent bear. Roar. A buzzing sound came from his body as a fully armored giant bear charged out. Qiu Wandao stretched out his palm, and the violent bear reached out as well, slapping the 2 people with its palm. Walala! A huge force sliced through the air, and there was a crackling sound. How reckless! One of the men raised his eyes slightly as the immortal foundation on his body surged. Boom! Without waiting for Qiu Wandao's violent bear attack to land, the huge beast unleashed from his body immediately crushed the violent bear. Bang, bang, bang! The 2 beasts began to fight with each other. At this moment, the 2 experts from the Pan clan attacked from both sides. Boom, boom! Qiu Wandao sprayed out a mouthful of blood, and his body fell from the sky like a kite with its string cut. He can't even withstand a single blow. One of the middle-aged men sneered, as he looked down on Qiu Wandao. The old man also rushed forward. Boom! he was instantly crushed down and heavily fell down as well. Be it in terms of the fusion of the immortal foundation or cultivation realm, Qiu Wandao and the old man were far weaker than the two experts from the Pan clan. Was this the power of the Pan clan? Hidden millions of years of history? Lying on the ground, Qiu Wandao could not move at all. He finally knew how powerful the Pan clan was, and he finally understood what kind of enemy Long Fei was facing. Too strong. He really was too strong. The real power of the Pan clan was not only their hidden millions of years of history, but their immortal roots as well, along with their millions of years of heritage and pure Pan Gu bloodline. This was their true terror. The Pan clan was a descendant of Pan Gu. Inside their bodies flowed Pan Gu bloodline. It was a type of divine ranked blood vein, an invincible existence in the sky martial continent. In the beginning, he did not notice anything from the Pan clan disciples, but now, he realized that this kind of blood vein was truly too strong. Moreover, Long Fei's body still only had negative activation to dragon blood. He did not have a single bit of the blood vein's power, let alone a dragon spirit blood vein. How could he be an opponent? Impossible. This time, the Pan clan was truly going to return to their peak. Qiu Wandao's mind tightened and said secretly, Long Fei, you really shouldn't have come to immortal domain. At this moment, the two experts from the Pan clan moved as they descended from the sky. Qiu Wandao, you are just an ant. Do you think you have chosen the right side? Wrong. From the moment you helped the kid from Long family, you are already on the Pan family's death list. Everyone who is associated with the Long family will die, but why? For someone like you, the principal of God Emperor Academy, who has reached the golden immortal rank level, to become a cripple would be more painful than killing you, right? While they were talking, the man moved his palm. Buzz. A ray of golden light shot out, aimed at Qiu Wandao's abdomen, and struck down. Break for me! An ear-piercing hum. A powerful force charged into Qiu Wandao's body. All of his limbs and bones were wrapped up by this energy. Following the movement of the male idea, the energy that was entering Qiu Wandao's body instantly exploded. Ah! Qiu Wandao let out a painful wail as his pupils violently trembled and his eyeballs were filled with veins of blood. It seemed as if all the energy in his body was drained in an instant. Even the fused demon beast immortal foundation was completely shattered. As a result, his cultivation was shattered in an instant. He had completely collapsed. Gone. Everything was gone. The golden immortal rank immediately vanished. He was not even comparable to an ordinary person. At this moment, the man relaxed his grip, looked at the deathly still Qiu Wandao, and laughed sinisterly. Qiu Wandao, this is the result of going against my Pan clan. Ha ha ha! Qiu Wandao, is this great? It must be great, ha ha! Relax, what's even better is yet to come. Tomorrow, the entire God Emperor city will know about you being crippled, and those people that you have offended will not let you go. Ha ha ha! The man laughed sinisterly. At the same time, the other man also crippled the azure-robed old man. The two warriors from the Pan family slowly walked into the forest. From the depths of the forest, waves of eerie laughter could be heard. Long family? Heh, prepare to be annihilated. Chapter 28_8419/2357069. Other than him, Zhang Tianya's family had also been annihilated. Other than him, Zhang Tianya's family had also been annihilated. Zhou Lian had been crippled, and was unable to forge artifacts for the rest of his life. Qiu Wandao and the two rankers who were protecting Long Fei, their cultivation had been crippled into a cripple. In a short day, the Pan family had crushed everything around Long Fei with lightning speed. It was completely useless. However, other than Zhou Lian being crippled, Long Fei was unclear about other things, but this was more than enough to make him furious. Long Fei, the Pan clan is too strong, they are not people that you can handle. Listen to sister's advice and leave the God Emperor city. Fu Shishan was very afraid in his heart. She had interacted with the Pan family merchant union before, and she had always found her skills to be unfathomably profound. Its foundation was far beyond what her Fengyuan merchant union could compare with. Moreover, she was sure that even if the 10 commercial alliances added up their wealth, they would still not be able to match up to the Pan clan. It was just too strong, like a mountain. An unshakable, invincible entity. Man Tuoluo also followed. Let's leave this place then. We'll come back when we're strong enough. Chen Tianfei, who had always been arrogant and despotic, calmed down at this time and said, Boss, let's listen to Big Sister. Let's leave God Emperor City and come back after we become stronger. I don't believe that we won't be able to kill him. What was Zhou Lian's identity? An elder of the God Emperor Academy. If he dares to be injured like this, then the Pan family is not afraid of the God Emperor Academy at all. Long Fei's brows slightly tightened and said, There are many choices in life, and I will never retreat. He had retreated once, when Fire Glass City was kneeling to Hong Tianjun in order to protect his life. He swore at that time that he would never retreat for the rest of his life, not even taking a step back. Fu Shishan shouted, Why are you so against it? Even if you don't want to think for yourself, you have to think for your family, think for your grandfather. Even if you don't want to talk about Pan Xing, who became a demon slayer, you can't handle him with just the current Pan clan. Long Fei smiled slightly and said, Sis, if we don't try, how come I don't know? Try your ass. You are trying to take your life. Fu Shishan glared at Long Fei and said, No matter what, I won't allow you to head to the God Emperor Academy for some ranking tournament tomorrow. You and the rest of you are not allowed to go. The people from the Pan family are crazy. They can do anything. Fu Shishan said as he looked at Chen Tianfei and the others. Uncle Lei, watch out for them. Don't let them leave the room even half a step. Fu Shishan reminded her. And then, she walked out of the room. She had to arrange for Long Fei to leave the God Emperor city. However, the current God Emperor city was probably not so easy to get out of. Today, she made a trip to the Imperial Palace. The currently clan was no longer the previous Imperial clan, because he was now controlled by the Pan clan. If he wanted to leave God Emperor city, it was impossible to go through the city gates, so he had to go through other paths. Fu Shishan looked at the pitch-black night sky and clenched his fists tightly. Big Sis will definitely send you out. In the room, Long Fei stood in front of the window and looked at the pitch-black night sky. The thing he hated the most in his life was someone hurting the people around him. Zhou Lian was only a person who liked to refine weapons, but he was injured to this extent. This was only the beginning. Who would be next? Was it Man Tuoluo, Fatty Chun, or his family members who were far away in the southern domain? Long Fei didn't know. He only knew that anyone who wanted to harm his family members would die. The Pan family, right? Wait. Long Fei's eyes turned cold, a cold chill flashed past his eyes, and the killing thought in his body started to boil, faintly releasing a killing intent. It was very strong. Uncle Lei took a deep breath and said lightly, Brat, you better not be delusional, you won't be able to get out of this room. Long Fei smiled faintly and did not speak. The Uncle Lei continued to speak, Living is more important than anything. With your life, everything is possible. Long Fei replied, Life is naturally important, but there are some things that is more important than life. Since the Pan clan wants to cause trouble, so be it. Didn't he hurt me? Then I'll kill 10 of them, 100, 1,000. Long Fei's killing intent was already set in his heart. The matter that he had decided on was something that no one could change. If you like to play, then let's see who can win against whom. Uncle Lei shook his head and sighed. He closed his eyes and did not speak any further. He would never let Long Fei leave the room. Early morning. It was a brand new day, but for some people, it was a day full of slaughter. In the room. What? He's gone. Usually, she would not be this angry at Uncle Lay when she was speaking to him, but now, she could not hold back and asked, "Why did he disappear?" Uncle Lay said, "In the morning, he went to the latrine, but he clearly came back and entered the room. But 10 minutes later, his figure disappeared into thin air." Shadow clone technique. Long Fei left the room too many times. Fu Shishan's heart sank. This is bad. Man Tuoluo's gaze tensed up, his eyes became resolute, and without waiting for him to speak, Fatty Chen grinned excitedly. "Looks like we are going to have a big fight today. Ha ha, just thinking about it makes my blood boil." Finished. Chen Tianfei stepped out with big strides, and Man Tuoluo and Xiao Ying followed suit. Long Fei had disappeared. He must have gone to the God Emperor Academy. If he wasn't afraid, then what was there to be afraid of? If Fu Shishan wanted to stop him, he simply could not. Moreover, she threw caution to the wind and followed Man Tuoluo and the others to the God Emperor Academy. At the God Emperor Academy's assessment site, only 3,000 people passed the third stage, and only so many remained out of 100,000. Whether it was cultivation, talent, or Tao heart, all of them were geniuses amongst geniuses. Everyone in the ranking tournament was 100 times more confident. The higher their ranking was, the more attention they would receive and the more cultivation resources they would receive. They might one day become the legendary Devil Slayer. He's here. A member of the Pan clan has arrived. At the entrance of the martial arts practice grounds, a line of young men in uniform walked in. Their bodies were emitting a dense aura, and each of them was a powerful expert. Their eyes were all filled with a look of disdain from a high up in the sky. After arriving at the martial arts practice grounds, they stood quietly at a corner. What a powerful aura! The Pan clan truly deserves to be the defense tribe of the Tianwu continent. Just their auras alone can easily crush any opponent of the same cultivation level. "I wish I didn't." Whispers came from the crowd. Not long after the Pan clan disciples entered the training grounds, Long Fei appeared. Among the Pan clan disciples, Pan Shi's eyebrows tightened and a trace of coldness flashed through his eyes. At the same time, Long Fei's eyes flashed with a cold, killing intent. The massacre is about to begin. Chapter 3. I've been at the hospital for the past few days, and Hai Yang is doing her best to update it. Today is the 3rd chapter. I owe you 2 chapters. When my daughter is well and goes back home, all the debts will be filled in. I'm sorry for delaying everyone from their reading. 8_8419/2357070. He still dares to come. He still dares to come? Seems like the lesson taught to him was not enough, Pan Shi sneered. Meeting him in the ranking tournament, I will immediately strike him dead, Pan Shi ordered. The Pan clan disciple behind him nodded his head seriously. Half an hour passed. The time for the ranking tournament had come, but Zhang Tianai did not appear, and many people began to discuss softly. Why isn't the principal here yet? What happened? The principal will never be late. It's already time, what the hell are you doing? A few of the elders from the God Emperor Academy started to discuss in low voices. They did not know what had happened. The only thing they were sure of was that Zhang Tianai was not in the God Emperor Academy, and no one knew where he had gone to. A disciple hurriedly ran into the training field and said to an elder, "Not yet. Can't find it. What happened? After he left in a hurry yesterday afternoon, he never reappeared again. Principal Xiao, your position is the highest here, so you'll be hosting the newcomer ranking tournament." An elder suggested. Yeah, we can't delay it, can we? It's just a ranking tournament anyway, so it's fine if we compete. In any case, these people all obtained the qualifications to become disciples of the God Emperor Academy. A few elders suggested. Xiao Tianwu slightly said. If there's no reason why I shouldn't interfere with this ranking tournament, then I'll be hosting it. Following that, he walked onto the stage and lightly coughed as he said, the first president can't come because of something. I'll be hosting today's newcomer ranking tournament. This ranking tournament will determine your future path and show your strongest side. Only then will we be able to determine what is suitable for you. Do you understand? Xiao Tianwu looked at Long Fei, who was in the middle of the group of people, and the expression in his eyes tightened. Suddenly, Pan Shi walked out and said, Headmaster, I would like to ask a question. When Xiao Tianwu saw that it was a member of the Pan clan, he said with a smile on his face, Go ahead. Pan Shi said, In the sparring match, victory and defeat must be determined, so it is hard to avoid some mistakes. What if we beat them to death? As he said that, he stared at Long Fei. Yesterday, when Pan Xian had been killed, a ball of fury had been set in his heart. After returning to the Pan clan, the elders had even analyzed Long Fei's power and technique. He had come prepared for today's ranking tournament, so he definitely had to step on Long Fei before everyone present. Long Fei's current cultivation was not strong, so it could be said that the giants of the Pan clan were able to easily deal with a single Long Fei. However, the Pan family did not do so. Why? Because, to step on the Long family in front of everyone, to let everyone see, it was him that was stepped on in front of everyone, that everyone would remember. It was just like back then when the Long family stepped on his Pan clan in front of everyone. Xiao Tianwu said slightly. In this competition, fists and legs will always echo. When blades and swords meet, there will definitely be times where they will fail. As for beating him to death, you can only blame yourself. Therefore, let me remind everyone that you must do your best. Xiao Tianwu said indifferently. Pan Shi immediately looked at Long Fei and laughed. Long Fei, did you hear that? No need to be responsible for your death. If you kneel down and admit defeat now, I will give you a chance to live, otherwise. For example, if some old thing who refined weapons didn't listen, his hands and feet would be crippled. He was talking about Zhou Lian. It was fine if he did not mention it, but when he mentioned Zhou Lian, the anger in his heart billowed as he clenched his fists tightly. At this moment, Long Fei also stepped forward and asked, I have a question that I want to ask. Xiao Tianwu's expression immediately became ice-cold and said, Go ahead. Long Fei said, Since you're not responsible for killing me, then I would like to ask, can I fight you one-on-one? Ha! Ha ha! Many disciples immediately began to laugh out loud. Is this person retarded? The arena competition itself is a one-on-one. Does that mean he still wants to fight two people against one? You idiot from the South Horizon region. He looks like a country bumpkin that has never seen the world before. Many of the people nearby began to mock him. Xiao Tianwu shouted, What kind of question is this? If you dare to cause trouble again, your qualification will be revoked. Acted as if he did not hear the mocking laughter of the crowd and Xiao Tianwu's snort, and continued, I might not have been clear enough just now, I'm talking about challenging an entire family. As soon as he finished, the entire audience went silent. Xiao Tianwu's forehead turned sinister as he asked, You want to fight against a single family? Long Fei said, Can you do it? When Long Fei said this, he was also looking at Pan Shi. His eyes were filled with arrogance. You want to kill me in the ring? Hee, I want to kill all the disciples of your family in the ring. Compete in arrogance? The 18 generations of Pan clan ancestors were also a match for Long Fei. Pan Shi became angry and shouted, Long Fei, you're courting death. Long Fei sneered and said, I don't know if I'm courting death, but one thing is certain, you will die. You, and all of you will die today. As they spoke, Long Fei pointed at each and every one of the Pan clan disciples. What do you mean rampant? This is what it is to be arrogant, to point at your face and screw you up. Everyone in the Pan family was furious. If looks could kill, Long Fei would have been pierced through 1,000 times by the eyes of the Pan family. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The key point was that Pan Shi's whole body exploded. His anger assaulted his heart and he said solemnly, "You like to play big, right? Then Lousy will play with you until the end." While they were talking, Pan Shi looked at Xiao Tianwu and said, "Headmaster, let the competition begin." He couldn't wait any longer. However, Long Fei pressed on, "Lord Principal, you haven't answered me yet? Can you single out a family? If you can. I want to single-handedly fight against the entire Pan clan. I want to defeat all of them by myself." As soon as he finished, everyone looked at Long Fei with no respect, only ridicule. Idiot. Those people from the South Horizon region are really idiots. How much does he want to die? He soloed the entire Pan family. Is he crazy? Their cultivations were all top-notch in front of all the new disciples this time. Everyone was praying not to fight with them, while Long Fei was only going to fight with all of the new disciples. He had truly gone mad. Boom! Pan Shi's aura exploded as he landed heavily on the stage and said, "Little bastard, you want to challenge my Pan clan? Strongest upgrade system. If you have the guts, then go ahead. Once you pass my test, you'll be qualified to challenge the entire clan." He was infuriated. He had to behead Long Fei. Long Fei smirked and said, "Really? Chapter 18_8419/2357071. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.